Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The golden island in the mist, the morning fog clung to the water like a thick blanket, wrapping the sea in a shroud of mystery. The crew of the Vespera had been sailing through the mist for hours, their course set for a place that only the oldest maps whispered of, the Golden Island. It was a place spoken of in legends, a land untouched by time, hidden somewhere in the heart of the mist. Some believed it to be a paradise, while others thought it a deadly mirage, luring sailors to their doom. Isla stood at the bow of the ship, her eyes scanning the endless sea of white. The mist seemed to swallow everything, even the distant sounds of the crew going about their work. It was as if the world had fallen away, leaving only the ship, the water, and the ever-present fog. "We're getting closer," Elias said from behind her, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. He had joined Isla on this journey, as had Ayala and the rest of the crew, but it was Isla who had insisted they press on. The island, she felt, was calling to her, a pull she couldn't explain, but one she could not ignore. "I can feel it," Isla murmured, more to herself than to Elias. The energy in the air was shifting, growing thicker, heavier with each passing hour. The fog seemed to grow more dense, more alive, as if something was stirring beneath it. Ayala approached, wiping a strand of wet hair from her face. "This mist. It's unlike anything I've ever felt. It's as if it's watching us," Isla nodded. "I know. It's like the island is, waiting for us." The ship creaked and groaned as it sailed forward, the sails snapping in the wind, though the air felt unnaturally still. It was as if they were moving through a dream, the world around them a hazy mirage. The crew had heard the stories, but none of them could have prepared for the reality of this place. It was beautiful in its own eerie way, like a memory that hadn't fully formed yet. Suddenly, a strange sound broke through the silence, a low, melodic hum, like a distant song carried on the wind. It was soft at first, but it grew louder, clearer, almost hypnotic. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, but Isla felt no fear. Instead, there was a strange sense of familiarity, as though the song was calling her name. "It's coming from the island," Elias said, his voice barely audible above the hum. Isla turned to face him, her heart racing. "We're close," she said, a sense of certainty in her voice. "It's closer than we thought." Just then, the fog parted, and before them, standing like a dream made real, was the Golden Island. The mist seemed to part around it, revealing a land bathed in soft golden light, the beaches shimmering with a strange, almost ethereal glow. Towering trees, their trunks golden and gleaming, lined the shore. Their leaves glistening as if dusted with gold. The sight was breathtaking, and yet, there was something unsettling about it, something that made the hairs on the back of Isla's neck stand on end. The island was too perfect, too untouched by time. It was a place frozen in a dream, and Isla felt that it was meant to be discovered, but only by those who were meant to find it. "We've arrived," Ayala whispered, her voice filled with awe. Isla could barely tear her gaze away from the island. The golden glow, the sense of mystery, it was all too much, too overwhelming. Yet, it called to her, like a thread woven through her very being, pulling her toward it. Without another word, she turned to the crew. "Prepare to dock. We're going ashore." The Vespereth sailed closer to the shore, the mist slowly receding as the island's golden light seemed to push back against it. As they anchored near the shore, Isla stepped onto the gangplank, her feet touching the golden sand for the first time. The air was thick with the scent of unfamiliar flowers, their fragrances sweet and intoxicating. The golden trees seemed to hum with life, their branches swaying gently in a breeze that wasn't there. The ground beneath her feet felt warm, as if the island itself was alive and breathing. "This is unreal," Elias said, stepping beside her. "I've never seen anything like it," Isla nodded, but her thoughts were elsewhere. The pull she had felt, the hum in the air, it was all leading her somewhere. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, like a magnetic force drawing her deeper into the heart of the island. "We need to find the source of the song," she said, more to herself than to the crew. Ayala, always the practical one, looked around, her eyes narrowing. "There's something off about this place. It feels too perfect." Isla didn't respond. She was already walking toward the tree line, the golden sand crunching softly beneath her boots. As she moved deeper into the island, the song grew louder, more distinct, as if it were calling her name. The air shimmered with a strange energy, and the trees seemed to part before her. Guiding her path, the crew followed silently behind her, but Isla could tell that they were just as uneasy as she was. There was something about the island that felt wrong, as if it was hiding something, something that was meant to stay buried. Eventually, they reached a clearing, and at its center stood a massive stone arch, covered in golden vines that shimmered in the light. The arch seemed ancient, yet pristine, untouched by time, just like the island itself. The song was now so loud that it filled Isla's mind, drowning out everything else. She stepped toward the arch, her heart racing. It was here, she realized. This was where the island's secret lay, as her hand brushed against the golden vines. The arch suddenly began to glow with a brilliant light, and a voice, soft, ancient, and knowing, echoed through the clearing. "Welcome, Isla," the voice said, sending a shiver down her spine. "You have found what was lost, and now you must choose." The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the sky above seemed to shift, as though the very fabric of reality was changing. Isla stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat. The voice had known her name. The island had known her. And now, there was no turning back. The voice echoed through the clearing, its tone soft yet powerful, as if the island itself was speaking directly to Isla's soul. The light from the arch grew brighter, blinding her for a moment. She shielded her eyes, her heart racing as the air around her seemed to hum with energy. The world felt both still and alive, frozen yet full of possibility. "Isla," the voice repeated, this time gentler, almost comforting. "You have come for a reason. Do you understand that?" Isla's throat tightened. She swallowed, trying to steady herself. I don't understand. Why me? Why this island? The golden vines on the arch swirled as if answering her, their movements slow but deliberate. There was a deep, almost ancient wisdom in the way the vines twisted and coiled. The clearing seemed to vibrate, and Isla could feel the weight of time pressing on her shoulders. "You are here because you are the keeper of what was lost," the voice continued. "The island has been waiting for someone like you. A seeker, one who can unravel the threads of the past and restore what has been forgotten." Isla's mind swirled with questions. Keeper of what was lost. What past needed to be unraveled? She didn't have the answers, but the island, and the mysterious force within it, seemed to demand them. Elias stepped forward, his voice cautious but filled with concern. "Isla, maybe we should leave. This is too much." But Isla shook her head, her eyes locked on the glowing arch. "No. I can't leave. I have to understand." The voice in the air seemed to affirm her decision, the light intensifying for a moment before fading. The arch, now dimmer, appeared to beckon her closer, as though inviting her to step through. "Are you ready to begin?" The voice asked. Isla took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her choice settling in her chest. She had come this far, and the mysteries of the island had already woven themselves into her very being. She didn't have all the answers, but she couldn't turn away now. With resolve in her eyes, she nodded. "I am ready." The vines on the arch parted, creating a path. As Isla took her first step toward it, she felt a rush of warmth, like stepping into a sunbeam after a long, cold night. The air felt different here, alive, tingling with an energy that filled every pore. The ground beneath her feet was soft, yet firm, as if the earth itself was guiding her. The others followed, but they hesitated at the entrance, unsure of what lay beyond. "Ella." Elias called softly to the woman who had been traveling alongside them. Her eyes were wide, filled with uncertainty. "I'm not sure about this," Ella said, her voice low. "It feels like we're walking into a dream that's not our own." Isla turned to her, her voice steady. "I don't know what's waiting for us, but I feel that this is where we're meant to be." Ella looked at Isla for a long moment, and then, with a deep sigh, she stepped forward. Elias followed suit, his expression filled with concern, but also a quiet resolve. Together, they walked through the arch, crossing its threshold into a place unlike any they had ever seen. The world beyond the arch was unlike the mist-shrouded island they had arrived on. Here, the golden light was softer, more subdued, and the air carried a fragrant sweetness, like a bloom that had never been touched by the passage of time. The trees were no longer golden but vibrant with every shade of green imaginable, their trunks thick and ancient, their roots spreading like veins into the earth. A soft breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it an almost melodic hum. Isla couldn't help but feel that they were no longer on the same island. It was as though the space had shifted, stretching the boundaries of reality. The landscape was vast, yet intimate. Fields of iridescent flowers bloomed in patterns she couldn't comprehend, and streams of crystal-clear water wound through the land like veins of light. The voice spoke again, this time surrounding them as though the very air itself had become a vessel for its presence. "You have entered the heart of the island, the place where memories live and dreams are born. Here, all that was lost is waiting to be found. But not all that is lost should be returned." Isla felt the weight of the words. What did it mean for something to be lost? What was it that she was meant to find? Her heart raced. The pull of the island growing stronger with every step, the group walked deeper into the heart of the land, drawn toward the center, where a shimmering lake lay. The water was still, reflecting the sky like a mirror, and the surrounding trees appeared to glow with an otherworldly light. At the edge of the lake, an enormous stone structure loomed, its surface etched with symbols Isla couldn't understand. It looked ancient, older than anything she had ever seen, yet untouched by time. It felt like the heart of the island, its very soul. A small boat rested by the shore, waiting for them. The golden vines that had once surrounded the arch now seemed to trail into the water, winding around the boat like a beckoning hand. "This is where your journey truly begins," the voice said. "To cross the lake is to enter the final stage of your destiny. But beware, for the waters are not as they seem. They hold memories, fragments of the past, and the spirits of those who have come before." Isla felt a surge of fear mixed with awe. This was it. She was standing at the threshold of something far greater than herself, something that would change her life, and the lives of those who traveled with her, forever. Without hesitation, she stepped into the boat, feeling the gentle sway of the water beneath her. Ilyas, Aella, and the rest followed, and as they settled in, the boat began to move on its own, the vines guiding it forward. Toward the center of the shimmering lake, the journey ahead was uncertain, and yet, Isla knew one thing for sure: the island was about to reveal its deepest secret, and it would be up to her to unlock it. The mist, the golden light, the voice, it was all leading her towards something only she could understand. And as the boat glided silently across the water, Isla couldn't shake the feeling that the island was watching, waiting for her to make the choices that would shape the future of both. The island and the world beyond. The boat moved gently across the shimmering lake, its surface so still it was as though the water itself was holding its breath. The golden vines, now thicker, coiled around the boat like ancient sentinels, guiding them forward with an almost deliberate purpose. The light of the island softened, bathing the travelers in a warm, otherworldly glow as they drifted deeper into the heart of this mysterious place. Isla sat at the bow, her fingers brushing the smooth wood of the boat, feeling the energy of the island pulse beneath her touch. The voice, which had been their guide so far, seemed to hum quietly in the air around them. It wasn't a sound they could hear with their ears, but something deeper, resonating in the very marrow of their bones. "Do you feel it?" Isla whispered, her voice barely a murmur, as if afraid to disturb the fragile calm of the moment. Aella, seated beside her, nodded slowly. "Yes. It's as if the island is alive, aware of us." Ilyas, who had been silent until now, looked out at the lake, his face a mixture of awe and apprehension. "It's beautiful, but also unsettling." As the boat drifted onward, the mist began to thin, revealing more of the island beyond the lake. In the distance, Isla could see tall, ancient trees that seemed to touch the sky. Their bark was silver, shimmering like the moonlight itself, and their branches were thick with glowing fruit that swayed gently in the breeze. The water grew clearer, revealing stones scattered across the lake bed, smooth, polished stones that shimmered like stars. Their glow faint but constant. With every passing moment, Isla felt a strange connection to the lake, as if the water itself was a living being that could read her thoughts. And then, ahead, the island's heart revealed itself. Rising from the middle of the lake was an enormous structure, a tower of golden stone that stretched high into the sky. Its surface was smooth and gleaming, etched with symbols Isla could not begin to understand. The tower seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if it were the beating heart of the island itself. The boat moved toward the tower, the air around them growing thick with the weight of ancient knowledge. It felt as though they were approaching something sacred. Something that had been waiting for them since the beginning of time. As they neared the tower, the voice returned, its tone reverberating through the boat and into their very souls. "This is the Temple of Forgotten Dreams," it said. "The place where memories lost to time are kept. The key to the island's power lies within, but to enter, you must first confront the truth of your past." Isla's heart skipped a beat. Confront the truth of her past. She had come seeking answers, but she hadn't expected to face the very core of who she was. The boat finally reached the base of the tower, its bow brushing against the smooth stone. Without a word, Isla stood and stepped out onto the platform, her feet touching the cold stone. The others followed her, though they hesitated at the threshold, as if sensing the gravity of the moment. The air around them shimmered, and suddenly, the golden vines began to retract, revealing a large, arched doorway. The doorway was framed with symbols, spirals and intricate patterns that seemed to move of their own accord. The golden light from the island poured through the archway, casting strange shadows that seemed to dance on the walls. As they stepped closer, the doorway opened with a soft, reverberating sound, as if the stone itself had been waiting for them to approach. Isla's heart pounded in her chest, her breath shallow with anticipation. This was it. The place where everything would be revealed. Beyond the arch, the Temple of Forgotten Dreams stretched out before them, a vast, cavernous hall filled with rows upon rows of stone shelves, each one lined with scrolls, ancient books, and objects that seemed to pulse with an eerie light. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the atmosphere was heavy, almost like stepping into a dream where time held no meaning. As Isla took her first step into the temple, a sudden surge of energy coursed through her. The air seemed to shift, the light bending and warping, and for a fleeting moment, she saw glimpses of things, flashes of forgotten memories. A child laughing in the rain. A face she didn't recognize, yet somehow felt familiar. A place she had never been, yet it felt like home. She staggered, her hand shooting out to steady herself against one of the shelves. The visions faded as quickly as they had come, leaving her breathless and shaken. "Are you all right?" Elias asked, his voice laced with concern as he stepped closer. I don't know." Isla's voice trembled as she turned to face him. "It's like the temple is alive, and it's showing me things. Things I don't understand." The voice spoke again, this time with an almost gentle resonance. "The temple will reveal your past, Isla. But be prepared. The truth is not always what we wish to find." Isla swallowed hard, the weight of the words pressing down on her. She had come to the island in search of answers, but now, standing in the heart of the Temple of Forgotten Dreams, she realized that the answers might come at a price. The past, it seemed, was not something easily reclaimed. As she continued deeper into the temple, the shelves seemed to come alive, their contents glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Each object, each book, seemed to hum with a different energy, as if they were waiting for someone to come and unlock their secrets. The walls, too, were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of what seemed to be ancient history, wars fought, kingdoms lost, and heroes forgotten. It was as though the entire history of the island and its people was etched into the very stone of the temple. At the far end of the hall stood a large pedestal, and on it, a single object, a small, intricately carved box. The box was made of some kind of dark, gleaming material, and it seemed to pulse with a light of its own. The closer Isla got, the more she could feel the pull of it, like a magnet drawing her in. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and touched the box. The moment her skin made contact, a sharp, blinding light filled the temple. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble. The vision she had seen earlier, the laughter of a child, the unfamiliar face, came rushing back, flooding her mind in a whirlwind of images and emotions. And then, a voice, familiar, yet distant, whispered in her ear, "Find me." Isla's hand jerked back from the box as a surge of energy coursed through her, her heart racing with a wild, unexplainable fear. The light that had filled the temple was beginning to fade, but the sensation of it, the pull, lingered and echoed deep in her bones. The whisper, soft and familiar, still hovered in her mind, "Find me." Her breath came in ragged gasps as she looked around the chamber, her surroundings now blurred. The golden glow from the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, almost as if the island itself was breathing alongside her. She turned toward her companions, who stood frozen, their faces pale and eyes wide with uncertainty. "Aela, Elias." Isla whispered, her voice trembling. "Did you hear that?" Aela took a cautious step toward her, her brow furrowed. "Hear what?" "All I felt was the power, like it was trying to pull us in." Elias stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Isla with concern. "Isla, you're shaking. What happened?" Isla opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. The whisper was still there, echoing softly in her mind, louder now than before, "Find me." She reached for her temple, as if trying to push the voice away, but it was as though it had taken root inside her, wrapping itself around her very thoughts. I don't know," Isla said, finally able to speak. "But I heard something, a voice. It said find me. It felt like it was calling to me." Elias exchanged a wary glance with Aela. "A voice?" he repeated, his voice strained. "From the box." Isla nodded, but she couldn't take her eyes off the pedestal where the box rested, almost as if it was drawing her in again. There was something about it, something hidden in its shadow, that both terrified and beckoned her. Aela approached the box cautiously. "We need to understand what this is. Maybe it's the key to everything we've been searching for." "But Isla." She turned to face her, her expression serious. "If the island is showing you something, we need to be careful. The past isn't always kind." Isla felt a cold chill run down her spine. She had thought she came to the island for answers, to piece together the fragments of her forgotten history. But now, with the voice urging her onward, it felt like she had unlocked something far deeper, something she might not be ready to confront. As she looked back at the box, her gaze locked with the strange, glowing symbols on its surface. The carving seemed to pulse in time with the echoes in her mind, pulling her closer, compelling her to understand. The voice returned, clearer this time, stronger and more insistent. "Find me, Isla. You must, Isla couldn't deny it any longer. There was something she had to uncover. It wasn't just a voice, it was a call, a plea. Whatever was hidden inside that box, it was a part of her story. She could feel it in the deepest corners of her soul. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed the cool surface of the box. For a moment, everything was still. The temple, the island, the mist outside, it all seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her to take the next step. The moment her hand made contact with the box again, the world around them shifted. The golden light flared brightly, bathing the temple in a fierce radiance. Isla's vision blurred, and the air thickened, pressing against her chest as if the very atmosphere was charged with an ancient power. She felt herself being pulled into the box, her body becoming weightless as her surroundings began to melt away. A voice, familiar yet distant, whispered again, this time not in her mind, but in the very air around her, "I am here. Come to me." With a gasp, Isla closed her eyes, her hands gripping the sides of the box as she felt the fabric of reality shift. The world spun around her, but instead of fear, there was a strange comfort in the chaos. She felt as though she was being carried, her body weightless, her soul drifting into the unknown. When the spinning stopped, Isla opened her eyes to find herself standing on the shores of an unfamiliar land. The island was different now. The mist had parted, revealing a landscape bathed in an eerie twilight glow. The sky above was a tapestry of shifting colors, deep purples and vibrant oranges, as though the sun was caught between two worlds. The ground beneath her feet was soft, almost like sand, but it shimmered with a golden hue, as if the earth itself was made of stardust. She wasn't alone. Standing before her was a figure, tall and ethereal, cloaked in silver light. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but its presence radiated power, something ancient and unknowable. Isla felt an overwhelming sense of recognition. This was the being behind the voice, the one who had called to her. She knew, deep within her heart, that this was no ordinary encounter. The figure spoke, its voice a whisper of wind across the sea. "You have come, Isla. At long last." Isla stepped forward, her feet sinking slightly into the golden sand. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What is this place?" The figure lowered its hood, revealing a face that was both familiar and foreign. It was a face Isla recognized in fragments, a young woman with golden hair, eyes the color of the deepest night, and a smile that both comforted and haunted her. "I am you," the figure said, her voice soft but certain. "Or rather, I was once. A long time ago." Isla's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" The figure's smile deepened. "I am the key to your past, Isla. The answers you seek are within you, but to find them, you must first face the truth of who you are." The world around Isla seemed to pulse with energy, and suddenly, memories flooded her mind, scattered images, feelings, and faces from a time long forgotten. A place she had once called home. A name she had once whispered in the quiet of the night. "You have to face me," the figure whispered again, her voice now an echo that reverberated through the very core of Isla's being. "Only then can you understand why you were brought here." Isla's knees trembled, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon her. She had come seeking answers, but now, it seemed, the answers were asking something far more profound of her. to confront herself, and only then would the island's mysteries begin to reveal their full truth. The golden sands stretched out before Isla, their shimmer almost blinding in the strange twilight. The figure who stood before her, the one who had called her here, moved with an ethereal grace, her presence like a pull on the very fabric of the world. Isla felt rooted in place, as though she could not step forward or retreat, bound by the weight of the vision and the impossible truth unfolding before her. "I don't understand," Isla whispered, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "How can you be me? How can I be you?" The figure, who resembled Isla so closely, yet felt like a ghost from another life, smiled sadly. "In the most ancient sense, we are the same," she said. "A piece of me is inside you, just as a piece of you is inside me. We are reflections of the same soul, split by time, lost in the currents of destiny." Isla's mind whirled with confusion. Her thoughts seemed to clash against each other, her questions swirling like a storm she couldn't control. "But how is that possible? How did we become separate?" The figure's eyes glowed faintly, a deep, unreadable sadness in them. "Long ago, before the island's mist took hold, I was the guardian of this place. My purpose was to protect its secrets, its power. But in doing so, I became trapped here, bound to the island's fate. I could not move forward, could not let go. And so, I split, creating another, someone who would continue the journey when the time was right." The figure's gaze softened as she looked directly into Isla's eyes. "You were born to fulfill what I could not. To bring balance back to the island, to unlock the mysteries it holds, and to free us both from the cycle of endless separation." Isla stood frozen, her heart pounding as the weight of the figure's words settled upon her. She had come seeking answers, but what she had found was a deeper mystery, one that intertwined her own life with the fate of the island in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. "But why me?" Isla asked, struggling to make sense of the fragments of her past, of the strange bond she felt with this place. "Why did you choose me?" The figure stepped closer, her presence enveloping Isla like a familiar warmth. "I didn't choose you. The island did. It has been waiting for the one who could restore what was lost, someone with a connection to its heart. You have the power to remember, to unlock the ancient truth of this place. But first, you must understand what happened, and why I had to leave." A vision flashed before Isla's eyes, broken images, scenes she couldn't quite place, yet they felt intimately familiar. The island in its prime, alive with color. Filled with people who had once thrived here. A great storm, a tearing of the world, a sacrifice that left the island isolated and forgotten in the mist. The figure continued, her voice a whisper in the shifting air. "The island is dying, Isla. Its power is fading, its secrets slipping into nothingness. The barrier between this world and the next grows thin, and if you do not act soon, everything we once knew will be lost forever." Isla felt a shiver of dread seep through her veins. "What do you need me to do?" she asked, her voice barely audible as she took a hesitant step forward. The figure raised her hand, and the air around them shimmered. The island's landscape seemed to shift. The twilight sky rippling like water, revealing a vast, unseen path leading deeper into the heart of the island. "You must go to the Temple of Echoes," the figure said, her voice low and urgent. "There, the final piece of the puzzle awaits." Only by confronting the truth of your origins can you unlock the power to save this island, and yourself. Isla's heart raced. The Temple of Echoes. She had heard of it in the stories, a place where the past and present intertwined, where the echoes of lost memories could be heard. But she had never imagined it to be part of her journey. And yet, the pull of the island, the pull of this figure who seemed to be both a part of her and separate from her, made it impossible to deny. She had to go there. She had to face whatever truth lay hidden. Where is the temple? Isla asked, her voice stronger now, determination threading through her words. The figure's gaze softened, a knowing look in her eyes. Follow the path of the golden vines. They will guide you to the entrance. But beware, Isla, the temple is not kind. It will reveal all, and some truths are not easy to bear. But only by walking that path can you save the island, and fulfill your destiny. Isla nodded, her resolve hardening. She didn't fully understand everything the figure had said, but she knew one thing for certain: she could not turn back. The island was waiting. The temple was waiting, and the past, no matter how painful, had to be faced. With one last glance at the figure, this mirror of herself, Isla turned toward the path the figure had pointed to. The golden vines stretched before her, their tendrils curling upward toward the sky, glowing faintly in the strange twilight. She could feel the weight of the island's gaze upon her, as though the very land itself was watching, waiting for her to take the next step. Aella and Elias followed close behind, their faces full of concern, but there was no question now. They would not leave her side. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. As they walked along the path, the golden vines seemed to come alive, parting for them and guiding them deeper into the heart of the island. The mist thickened around them, but it did not obscure their way. Each step seemed to draw Isla closer to something that was both ancient and new, something that had been waiting for her to come home. The temple awaited, and with it, the truth. The golden island was about to reveal all. The path of golden vines stretched out before Isla and her companions, their delicate tendrils twisting upward and glowing faintly against the encroaching mist. It felt as though the very island was alive, guiding them with unseen hands. The air had grown thicker with every step, the twilight sky now an eerie shade of violet that seemed to press in on them, like the world itself was holding its breath. Aella and Elias walked beside Isla, their faces set in determined lines, but Isla could feel the unease between them. Neither spoke, but their presence was a quiet reassurance, a reminder that they weren't alone on this journey. Still, the weight of the mission pressed on her shoulders. And the closer they came to the temple, the more she could feel the pulse of the island beneath her feet. As they approached the entrance of the Temple of Echoes, Isla couldn't help but feel a sense of dread coil in her stomach. The vines parted before them, revealing an ancient stone archway, worn by time but still standing strong. The air here was different, charged with a strange energy, as though the very fabric of reality was thinner. The whisper of the island, the voice that had once called to her, now faded into a hum, a distant song that beckoned her onward. Isla, Aella whispered, her voice low, "Are you sure about this? We don't know what we're walking into." Isla paused, turning to her friends. Their concern was evident in their eyes, but Isla could see that they, too, felt the pull of the island, the same magnetic force that had brought them here. It was undeniable now, the island had a purpose for her, and she could not turn back. I'm sure, Isla said, her voice steady but soft. The answers are inside. We have to face whatever comes next. Without another word, she stepped through the archway. The inside of the temple was nothing like what she had expected. Instead of the cold stone corridors she had imagined, the walls here were alive, pulsing with golden light. The air shimmered, thick with energy that vibrated through the stone, almost like it had a heartbeat of its own. The floor beneath her feet was smooth, almost as if it was made of glass, and the ceiling stretched high above them, disappearing into the mist. In the center of the room stood a large pedestal, bathed in the glow of the temple's light. Isla stepped forward, drawn to the pedestal as though it held the key to everything. As she approached, the humming grew louder in her mind, the voice from before now a whispering chorus of words she couldn't quite understand. Her hand trembled as she reached for the pedestal, the golden light swirling around her fingers, guiding her touch. The moment her fingers made contact, the air around them crackled with power. You have arrived, a voice echoed through the chamber. It was deep, ancient, and it felt as though it resonated within her very bones. The words were not spoken aloud, but in her mind, clear and unmistakable. You are the one who will awaken what has been forgotten. Isla's heart raced. This voice, it wasn't the figure from before. This was something else. Something far older. What is this place? Isla asked, her voice trembling with awe and fear. The voice responded, the tone calm but heavy with the weight of centuries. This is the Temple of Echoes. It is here that the past and the present collide. The truth you seek is within these walls. But beware, Isla. The echoes you hear are not just memories. They are fragments of what once was, shadows of things lost to time. To know the truth is to face the darkness that lies beneath. Isla felt the pull of the words, the urgency behind them. She had come here seeking answers, but now she was beginning to realize that the truth was not as simple as she had hoped. The temple was not just a place of revelation, it was a place of reckoning. The pedestal in front of her began to glow brighter, and the humming in the air grew louder. From the shadows at the edges of the room, images began to materialize, flickering like old, worn memories. Faces, places, and events flashed before her eyes, too fast to process. A golden city, vibrant and alive, now crumbled to ruins. A figure, cloaked in light, standing alone in a storm, watching the island fall. A terrible sacrifice, a betrayal that shattered the world. Each image was more unsettling than the last, and then, amidst the chaos of images, one face lingered, her own. Isla stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. That's me. The voice, calm and distant, spoke again. Yes, you have seen the truth. This is the beginning of your journey. You were once part of this world, a guardian, just as the one before you. But you were lost, and with you, the island's power faded. Now, you must choose. Will you restore what was broken, or will you allow the island to slip into oblivion? Isla felt a surge of emotion, anger, fear, sorrow, as the weight of the decision pressed down on her. The truth was undeniable. She had been here before, in another life, in another time. And she had failed, but now, she had a chance to fix it. To restore the island and its lost power. To bring back what had been forgotten, she took a deep breath, steadying herself. "What must I do?" The voice echoed once more, its answer clear and certain. "You must walk the path of sacrifice. To restore the island, you must offer what you value most. Only then will the power of the island be reborn." Isla's heart clenched in her chest. She knew what that meant. She had to give up something precious, something dear. The island's survival depended on it, but was she ready to pay the price? With a final glance at Aela and Elias, who stood silently behind her, Isla stepped forward, her hand hovering over the pedestal. Her heart pounded in her chest, and the golden light from the temple seemed to grow brighter, the power of the island calling to her, urging her to make the sacrifice. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She had no choice. The island had chosen her, and she would not fail again. As her hand made contact with the pedestal once more, the ground beneath her feet began to shake. The light grew blinding, and the voice whispered, "It is done." The moment Isla's hand touched the pedestal, the world around her seemed to shudder, as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The golden light exploded in a radiant burst, enveloping her and her companions in a blinding glow. She felt the pull of it, as though it were drawing her into the heart of the island, into the very essence of its power. Her pulse quickened, her mind racing as the overwhelming energy surged through her, surging in waves. For a moment, Isla couldn't tell if she was standing or floating. The temple around her had disappeared, and in its place was a vast, endless sea of mist. The air was thick with a strange, ethereal presence, as if the island itself were speaking to her, calling to her in a language she could almost understand. Her heart beat in sync with the hum of the island, and as her eyes adjusted to the swirling mist, she saw it, a figure in the distance. Standing tall and resolute, it was her, the image of herself, her face softened with wisdom, her eyes glowing with an ancient power, stood motionless in the midst of the mist. Her form seemed to shimmer and fade, an apparition from another time. "You have come," the figure said, her voice echoing like a deep, resonant bell. "You are the one who will restore the balance, but first, you must face what was lost." Isla swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. "What do you mean? What must I face?" The figure stepped forward, and the mist parted at her command, revealing a dark, shadowy landscape, a place familiar yet foreign. It was the island, but twisted, as though it had been broken and rebuilt in a nightmare's image. The golden sands were now blackened and cracked, the once lush forests were now withered and barren, and the sky overhead was filled with dark, swirling clouds. "This is what remains of the island's soul," the figure explained. "This is what happens when the cycle of sacrifice is not honored, when the balance is disrupted. The island suffers. You will see the truth of what was lost, of what you, and I, have forgotten." Isla's breath caught in her throat. She recognized the place. It was the island, but it was also a memory, a lost memory of a life she couldn't fully recall. She saw herself, standing at the edge of the cliffs, gazing out over the sea with sorrow in her eyes. The figure's voice was softer now, almost sad. "You were the island's protector once. But you failed. You left, and with you, the island's light faded. It is only through sacrifice that balance can be restored. But the price is steep. A chill ran down Isla's spine. What price? What do I have to give up? The figure's eyes locked onto hers, and for the first time, Isla saw the deep sorrow reflected in them. You must surrender your memories, your ties to the world you knew. Only then can the island be reborn. The words hung heavy in the air, and Isla felt a pang of loss in her chest. To give up her memories, her past, her identity, was a choice she hadn't even known she would have to make. The island's survival, its rebirth, depended on it, but was she willing to lose everything she had ever known? The figure's voice broke through her thoughts. The island's life is bound to yours, Isla. Your sacrifice is its salvation. Isla closed her eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. She had come here seeking answers, but the cost was higher than she had imagined. To restore the island, to heal it, she would have to give up the very thing that made her who she was. Her memories, her past, the moments that defined her, gone, but the island's call was irresistible. She could feel its pulse within her, and in that moment, she knew she had no choice. The island's fate was intertwined with hers. To restore its light, to give it hope once more, she had to make the sacrifice. With a deep breath, Isla opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of her reflection. I understand, she said, her voice steady despite the tumult in her heart. I will do what is necessary. The figure nodded, a faint smile crossing her lips. You are the true protector of the island. Now, it is time to fulfill your purpose. The mist began to swirl around Isla, the air thick with power. The ground beneath her feet seemed to dissolve, and she felt herself being drawn toward the heart of the island, to the place where the energy of the land itself was concentrated. The figure, her reflection, faded into the mist. Leaving Isla to face what lay ahead alone, as the swirling mist grew denser, Isla felt the first pang of loss, an ache deep within her chest. Memories began to slip away, one by one, like grains of sand falling through her fingers. The faces of her loved ones, the moments of joy and sorrow she had once known, all began to fade into nothingness. She felt herself drifting, unanchored, as though she were being untethered from the very fabric of her existence. But amidst the loss, there was also a sense of peace. The island, its soul intertwined with hers, seemed to embrace her, to hold her in its ancient arms. She could feel its gratitude, its hope, as the light from within her began to merge with the island's dying energy. Isla let go, and in that moment, the golden sands outside the temple began to glow once more. Isla's senses slowly returned, like a gentle wave breaking across the shore, each pulse of light easing her into a new reality. The golden sands beneath her feet seemed to hum with life, the once fading island now breathing with a renewed strength. The island had accepted her sacrifice, and in return, it had given her its rebirth. As the last remnants of her memories dissolved into the mist, Isla stood at the center of a transformed world. The skies above were no longer heavy with storm clouds. Instead, the golden light of dawn broke through, painting the horizon with warm hues of amber and rose. The air felt fresh, charged with energy, and the sounds of the island, its wind, its waves, its creatures, had returned to life. The transformation was not just visible in the surroundings but also in the very essence of the island itself. The Temple of Echoes, once a place of darkness, now shimmered with vibrant golden hues. The ancient stone pillars stood tall once more, their cracks healed, and the vines that wrapped around the temple were now lush and green, pulsing with life. Isla looked down at her hands. They glowed faintly, golden light radiating from her skin, as if the island's energy had become part of her. She could feel it coursing through her veins, a connection deeper than anything she had ever known. She was no longer just Isla, the girl who had wandered the shores, seeking answers. She was something else now, something woven into the fabric of the island's soul, but even as she felt the island's rebirth, a quiet sense of sorrow lingered in her heart. Her memories, her past life, the faces of her friends and family, everything had slipped away, leaving only a faint echo in the corners of her mind. They were gone, and though the island was alive once more, a piece of her remained lost. Aella and Elias, who had remained in the distance as Isla made her sacrifice, now approached her, their faces a mixture of awe and trepidation. They could see the change in her, the golden light that surrounded her. But they could not understand what she had given up to restore the island. "You did it," Aella said softly, her voice filled with wonder. "The island. It's alive again." Isla nodded, her gaze distant. "Yes, but at what cost?" Elias stepped forward, his eyes filled with concern. You've changed. Are you all right?" Isla looked at them, her heart heavy with the weight of her decision. "I don't know," she said quietly. "I've given up everything, my memories, my past, and in return, the island lives. But now, I feel like a stranger to myself." Aella's hand rested gently on Isla's shoulder. "You gave everything for this place. You saved it. But you're not alone. We're here. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." Isla smiled faintly, but the sadness in her eyes lingered. She had saved the island, yes, but the price was greater than she had imagined. Her past was gone, lost to the depths of time, and now, she had to find a new purpose on the island she had once called home. The three of them stood there for a long moment, the silence stretching between them like a bridge. The golden light of the dawn warmed their faces, and the island, now whole again, seemed to breathe with a renewed sense of life. The air smelled sweet, like blooming flowers and salt water, and the sound of distant waves crashing against the shore felt like a lullaby. "We need to explore," Elias said after a while, breaking the silence. "We need to understand what has happened. What has changed?" Isla nodded, taking a deep breath. "Yes. There's so much more to discover. The island is alive again, but there are mysteries here I still don't understand." The three of them began to walk, their footsteps light against the golden sands. As they moved deeper into the heart of the island, the landscape seemed to shift and change before their eyes. The jungle that had once been desolate now teemed with life. Birds of vibrant colors flitted through the trees, their songs filling the air, and flowers bloomed in brilliant shades of violet, gold, and crimson. The rivers that had once run dry were now full, sparkling with crystal-clear water, and the once ruined structures of the island now appeared as though they were freshly built, alive with energy. They came across an ancient stone circle, overgrown with moss and vines. It looked as though it had once been used for rituals, its stones worn by centuries of time. Isla's fingers traced the runes carved into the surface of one of the stones, and she felt a sudden pull, a strange, magnetic force, as though the stone itself were speaking to her. This place. Isla whispered, her voice trailing off. I feel something here. Ayala stepped closer, inspecting the runes. These look like the markings of the island's ancient guardians, she said. The ones who protected it before the fall. Isla's eyes widened. Before the fall. The fall of the island. Elias nodded, his expression serious. The stories speak of a time long ago, when the island was at the height of its power. It was a place of great magic, a sanctuary for those who sought refuge from the world. But something happened, and the island was plunged into darkness. Its protectors vanished, and with them, the island's light. Isla felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if the words spoke to her on a deeper level. She could almost hear the whispers of the island's lost guardians, echoing through the trees. They had been here, once, long before her time. And now, she was the guardian, the protector, the one who would carry the island's legacy. We must learn more, Isla said, her voice filled with determination. The island's story is not over. We've only just begun to uncover its secrets. And with that, the three of them set out once more, knowing that the island held mysteries far beyond what they could understand, and that their journey was far from finished. The light of the Golden Island was reborn, and so too was the story of its protectors. The journey ahead would be long, but Isla was ready. She had no past to return to, no memories to haunt her. Only the future, and the island's fate, lay before her. The island was waking up. As the days passed, the transformation that Isla had initiated began to spread. The once muted waters shimmered with a silver-blue glow, as though the sea itself was trying to mirror the golden dawn of the land. The air was thick with life, the cries of unseen creatures echoing from within the jungle and the occasional flutter of wings passing overhead. Isla, Ayala, and Elias had made their camp near the heart of the island, close to the sacred stone circle. From here, they could sense the pulse of the island, the ancient energy that had once fueled it, now revived and spreading throughout the landscape. But the island was not just alive, it was calling to them. The whispers, faint but persistent, had started. Isla could hear them late at night when the others slept, soft voices calling her name, calling them all to deeper places. These were not the voices of the lost guardians, nor were they the voices of the fallen gods. These were the voices of the island itself, the living consciousness of the land, its spirit yearning for guidance, and Isla felt that it was her duty to answer. She had started to venture out at night, sometimes alone, sometimes with Ayala or Elias by her side. But it was during the quiet moments of twilight, just as the stars began to twinkle above, that she could hear the strongest pull. Tonight, the air felt heavier, the mist thicker, and the call was louder than ever. Isla stood by the edge of the water, staring out toward the horizon. The moon, a thin crescent, cast a silvery sheen over the ocean, and the waves seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. Ayala, she whispered, not turning around. Do you hear it? Ayala, who had been standing a few steps behind her, moved closer. She had grown accustomed to the strange sensations that filled the air since their arrival. The island had an energy, a kind of force that pulsed through the ground and sky, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. And in recent days, Isla's connection to it had deepened. She was becoming something more than the girl who had once stood on these shores, unsure of her place in the world. "I hear it," Ayala said softly. "It's different now. It's like the island is speaking directly to you." Isla nodded. "It's calling us, Ayala. It's not just me. It wants us to understand its history, its truth. We have to keep moving forward, even if we don't know what lies ahead." Ayala looked at Isla, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you sure you're ready for this? We don't know what it might mean, what it might ask of you." Isla turned to face her friend, her eyes alight with something other than fear, something closer to determination. "I have no choice. I've already given so much. I can't stop now." And so, they continued. The following morning, they made their way deeper into the island, to a place that Isla had never been before. There were no paths here, no signs of human activity. Just dense jungle, thick with vines and trees so tall they seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. Elias had joined them, though he was more hesitant than Ayala. His instincts screamed at him to be cautious, to not trust the strange pull that guided Isla forward. But he followed nonetheless, because if there was anyone who could understand the island's call, it was Isla. They came to a clearing. At its center stood a massive tree, unlike any they had seen before. Its trunk was a deep, almost black shade of blue, and its leaves shimmered with silver streaks. At the base of the tree was an enormous stone door, covered in intricate carvings that glowed faintly, responding to the presence of the trio. This must be it," Isla said breathlessly. "This is the heart of the island." Ayala moved forward, running her fingers over the markings. "The symbols, they look like the runes we found in the temple. They match." Isla reached out, her hand trembling slightly. As her fingers brushed the stone, a pulse of energy surged through her, almost knocking her back. It felt like the island was testing her, pushing her to understand, to remember, the heart of the island. She murmured, "I think this is where it all began. This is the source of its power." Elias stepped forward cautiously. "So, what do we do now?" Isla's gaze was intense, fixed on the door. "We open it. We have to see what lies beyond." The moment her hand made contact with the door again, the carvings began to glow more brightly. The ground beneath them hummed with a low, resonant sound, like the beating of a drum. Slowly, the stone door began to shift, creaking as if it had not been opened in millennia. With a final push, the door swung open, revealing a darkened chamber inside. The air was thick with the scent of old stone and earth. As they stepped inside, the glow from the door illuminated the room, revealing shelves filled with ancient scrolls and relics. Isla felt a strange sense of recognition, as if she had seen this place before, though she could not say where. Her heart raced in her chest as she moved forward, her fingers brushing the surface of the nearest scroll. It's all here," she whispered. "The history of the island, its magic, its fall. Everything." Ayala moved to join her. Isla, what is this place? Isla's voice was almost a whisper as she began to unroll one of the scrolls. This is the true history of the island. This is where the guardians lived, where the power was first harnessed. And this is where I must make my choice. The chamber seemed to pulse with energy, as though waiting for Isla to uncover the next step in the island's grand story. The island is not just a place, Isla said, her voice reverberating in the silence. It's alive. And I am its chosen protector. But that means I must understand the full cost of what I've done. Ilyas placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice steady. Whatever the cost, we'll face it together. Isla nodded, her resolve strengthening. The journey had only just begun. The chamber was filled with a heavy silence, broken only by the soft rustling of ancient scrolls as Isla carefully unfurled the one in her hands. The golden light that had illuminated the chamber from the stone door flickered and pulsed, casting long shadows on the walls, and the air around them seemed to hum with anticipation. Ayala stood nearby, her eyes scanning the walls, where strange symbols danced in the shifting light. What do you think the island wants from you, Isla? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as though the island itself might be listening. Isla didn't answer immediately. She was lost in the scroll, her fingers tracing the delicate, fragile paper as though it might crumble at the slightest touch. The symbols were like nothing she had seen before, an intricate blend of written language and art, telling a story older than time itself. It was clear that this was no ordinary relic. A slow realization began to dawn on Isla. This wasn't just history. It was a map. A map that led to something hidden. Something that had been forgotten. And she was meant to find it. It's telling me about the Heartstone, Isla said, her voice quiet with awe. The stone at the center of the island, the source of its magic. It's where all the power comes from. Ayala's eyes widened. The Heartstone. We've heard about it, but no one has ever found it. I think it's been waiting, Isla murmured, her gaze still fixed on the scroll. Waiting for someone to unlock its power, to understand it. I believe I'm the one who's meant to do it. Ilyas stepped closer, his expression conflicted. But we don't know what unlocking it will mean. What if it's dangerous? Isla turned to face him, her eyes steady. I know the risks, Ilyas. But this island chose me, just as the Heartstone chose the guardians before us. It's my duty to understand it. She held the scroll tightly in her hands. It felt as though the island was drawing her in, urging her forward, like a pull she couldn't resist. We've come this far, and I'm not turning back now. Ilyas hesitated but nodded, his concern evident. Then we move forward. But we do it carefully. Isla smiled at him, grateful for his unwavering support, even in the face of uncertainty. She turned back to the scroll, scanning the map once more. The journey would be perilous, she knew that, but the rewards would be worth it. She could feel it deep in her soul. With a deep breath, she rolled the scroll back up and tucked it into her satchel. The Heartstone is hidden within the island's core, she said. We'll need to follow the path it shows us. Ayala's eyes glimmered with excitement. Let's do it, then. Isla looked at the two of them, her heart swelling with gratitude. Together, the trio set off from the chamber, the stone door slowly closing behind them as they ventured deeper into the island. The jungle around them had an almost magical quality now, its dense foliage alive with movement and sound. The air felt thick with ancient power, and every step seemed to resonate with the rhythm of the island itself. For hours, they traveled through the tangled jungle, following the directions from the scroll, which led them across hidden trails, over forgotten bridges, and into areas of the island they hadn't explored before. They crossed streams where the water shimmered with a strange golden hue, climbed steep hills that overlooked vast, mist-covered valleys, and even found themselves walking through dense groves where the trees whispered secrets in the wind. As they approached a secluded valley, the mist grew thicker, swirling around them in ghostly tendrils. The air became heavier, charged with magic. The path ahead was unclear, the map now only faintly visible under Isla's fingers as though it, too, was being affected by the island's mysterious power. Aella wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. "We're getting close, aren't we?" Isla nodded, feeling the weight of the island's energy pressing in on them. "I can feel it. It's near." The path led them to the base of a towering mountain, its peak lost in the swirling mist above. At the foot of the mountain stood a massive stone structure, half buried in vines, but unmistakable in its grandeur. It was an entrance, framed by two towering statues, their features weathered with age but still commanding. "This must be it," Isla said softly. Aella stepped forward, studying the stone carvings on the statues. "These look like guardians. But why would the entrance be hidden like this?" "I don't know," Isla replied, "but we've come this far. We can't stop now." Elias, ever the cautious one, surveyed their surroundings. "It feels wrong. Too quiet." Suddenly, a low, rumbling sound echoed through the air, like distant thunder. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the statues shifted ever so slightly, as though they were awakening after centuries of slumber. Isla stood her ground, her heart racing. "It's the island. It's reacting to our presence." Before any of them could speak, the ground in front of them cracked, and a large stone door slowly began to rise, revealing a darkened passage beyond. A cold breeze swept out from the opening, carrying with it the scent of ancient stone and moss. Isla took a deep breath and stepped forward, her resolve solid. "This is it. The Heartstone is inside. We need to be prepared for whatever we find." With a shared glance between them, the trio entered the dark passage, the stone door closing silently behind them. The air grew heavier as they ventured deeper into the heart of the island. They were no longer just travelers, they were part of a story far older than they could comprehend. And now, they were about to uncover the island's most guarded secret. Would they succeed in unlocking its power, or would the island demand a price too high to pay? Only time would tell. The passage was narrow, the walls slick with the moisture of the underground. The air was thick with the smell of earth and stone, ancient and untouched by time. Isla, Aella, and Elias moved forward cautiously, their steps echoing in the silence. The only light came from a faint, flickering glow in the distance, beckoning them forward like a lighthouse cutting through fog. "Stay close," Isla whispered, her voice steady despite the growing sense of anticipation in her chest. The map, still tucked away in her satchel, seemed to pulse with energy, urging her to continue. She could feel the island's heart beating beneath her feet, guiding her path. Elias, ever the skeptic, glanced around nervously. This place feels wrong. Like it's been waiting for us. But for what? Aella, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. Maybe it's not waiting for us to do something. Maybe it's waiting for us to learn something. Isla turned to look at her friend, the realization hitting her like a wave. You're right. This island isn't just testing us. It's trying to teach us. But what? Before Aella could answer, the narrow passage opened up into a massive cavern. The walls were lined with glowing crystals, casting an ethereal light across the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a golden orb, pulsing with light. The Heartstone, Isla's breath caught in her throat. It was more magnificent than she had ever imagined. The orb seemed to hum with an energy so pure, so powerful, it was almost overwhelming. It felt as though the very air around it was alive, vibrating with ancient magic. We found it, Isla said, her voice a mix of awe and reverence. The Heartstone. Aella stepped forward cautiously, her eyes wide. But it's not what I expected. It's just an orb. Where's the power? Isla didn't answer. Instead, she reached out with trembling hands and gently placed her fingers on the orb. The moment she made contact, a shock of energy surged through her body, and the cavern seemed to come alive. The walls shuddered, and the crystals flared with blinding light. A voice echoed in the chamber, low and resonant, as if it was coming from the very depths of the earth. You seek the Heartstone, the voice said, the words reverberating in the air. But the Heartstone is not a gift. It is a choice. Isla's heart raced. A choice. She echoed, her voice barely a whisper. What do you mean? The voice continued, its tone both ancient and sorrowful. The Heartstone is the source of the island's power, its life force. But it is also the keeper of its greatest secret. To awaken the Heartstone is to awaken the island's truth. But know this, every power comes with a price. And that price is not always what you expect. Elias stepped forward, his voice urgent. What price? What are you asking of her? The voice paused before responding. The island is alive. It is the soul of the world, the guardian of balance. But it cannot live without its heart. And that heart is bound to the island's fate. Isla, you must decide, will you take the Heartstone and claim its power, knowing it will tie your life to the island forever? Or will you leave it, allowing the island to fall into darkness? Isla's mind spun. The weight of the decision pressed on her shoulders, as if the very earth beneath her feet was shifting, reshaping itself around her choice. Could she really take the Heartstone? Could she carry the burden of the island's fate for the rest of her life? But what would happen if she didn't? Aella's voice broke through her thoughts. Isla, we can't stay here forever. The island. It's already changing. We have to make a decision. Isla closed her eyes, her heart heavy. She could feel the pull of the Heartstone, the raw power that it offered. She could feel the connection to the island deepening, its magic calling to her like a song she could no longer ignore. I don't know if I can make this choice, she whispered, her voice trembling. The voice of the island spoke again, softer now, almost gentle. The choice is yours alone, Isla. Trust in your heart. It will guide you to the right path. Isla took a deep breath, her fingers still pressed against the orb. She could feel the energy flowing through her, coursing through her veins, filling her with knowledge, both overwhelming and freeing. She could see the island's past, its rise and fall, the cycle of life and death it had endured for millennia. And she understood now, the Heartstone was not just a source of power. It was a living, breathing part of the island, bound to it in a way that went beyond mere magic. To claim it was to become one with the island, to take on its burdens and its responsibilities. But to leave it was to condemn the island to decay, to let its life force fade away. Isla opened her eyes, her decision made. I will take the Heartstone, she said, her voice firm. I will become its guardian. Aella and Elias exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces, but they said nothing. They had come this far, and they trusted Isla. The moment Isla touched the Heartstone fully, the cavern erupted with light, blinding in its intensity. The energy surged through her, filling every fiber of her being, connecting her to the island in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. The magic coursed through her, binding her to the land, its creatures, its past, and its future. As the light slowly faded, Isla stood alone in the center of the cavern. The Heartstone was no longer just an orb, it was now a part of her, pulsing gently in her chest, a steady rhythm that matched the beat of her own heart. The island had chosen her, and now, Isla was bound to it, for better or for worse. The journey was far from over. Isla stood still, her heart pounding in her chest as the golden light from the Heartstone began to settle. It no longer blazed with an overwhelming intensity, but instead, it hummed softly in tune with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Her body felt lighter, yet impossibly heavy at the same time, as though the weight of the entire island's history now rested within her. The air around her was thick with the ancient power of the Heartstone, and the cavern had changed. Where once there had been nothing but stone and shadows, now, vibrant life was beginning to emerge. The walls, once solid and dull, now pulsed with color, and small vines, golden and sparkling, crept up from the ground, wrapping around the pedestal where the stone had once rested. Aella and Elias moved cautiously toward her, both with expressions of wonder and concern. Aella spoke first, her voice uncertain. Isla. Are you all right? Isla slowly turned to face her friends, a slight smile tugging at the corner of her lips. I think I'm more than all right, she said, her voice thick with awe. I can feel everything. The island, its life, its secrets, it's all connected to me now. I understand it in a way I never could before. Elias approached, his eyes scanning her face, looking for any sign of distress. But what does it mean? What did the island mean when it said you would become its guardian? Isla placed a hand on her chest, feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone beneath her skin. The connection was deep, far more than she had ever anticipated. It means that I'm responsible for the island's life and death, she explained softly. The Heartstone is the island's soul. Without it, the island would wither and fall into darkness. But as its guardian, I now hold its power, and with it, I can protect it, or destroy it, if I choose. Ayala's face softened with understanding. But you don't want to destroy it, do you? Isla shook her head, a feeling of resolve settling within her. No. I've seen what the island has endured. The ancient civilizations that once thrived here, the many cycles of life and decay. I won't let it all be forgotten. I won't let the island fall. Ilya sighed in relief, but the concern was still evident in his eyes. You're bound to the island now, Isla. What happens to you happens to it. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for everything that comes with being its guardian? Isla hesitated, her gaze wandering to the glowing vines creeping along the cavern walls. The weight of the responsibility was heavier than she had imagined, but it was also right. She could feel it in every part of her. This was what she had been meant for. This was her purpose. I don't know what the future holds, she said slowly. But I do know one thing, the island needs me, just as I need it. There was a long silence, the only sound the gentle hum of the Heartstone. Then, Ayala stepped forward, her hand outstretched. We'll be with you, Isla. We're in this together. Ilyas nodded. We always have been. No matter what happens next, we'll face it together. Isla's heart swelled with gratitude for her friends. Their support meant more to her now than she could ever express. She took Ayala's hand, then Ilyas's, feeling the bond between them grow even stronger. Together, they were a team. And together, they would protect the island. The golden light from the Heartstone flared briefly, and suddenly, the cavern seemed to shift. The walls seemed to come alive, revealing hidden passages and paths that hadn't been visible moments before. The island was awakening, responding to Isla's newfound role as its guardian. I think it's time to leave this place, Isla said, her voice firm. There's still much to learn, and I need to understand how to control this power. Ayala nodded. But where do we go now? The Heartstone has chosen you. What do we do next? Isla turned toward the newly revealed path, her mind racing with possibilities. We begin the journey to understand the Heartstone's power and its purpose. I can feel its magic growing stronger. And there's something I need to discover. We can't stay here forever, but we can't leave just yet. Ilyas raised an eyebrow. And what exactly are we looking for? Isla smiled, her eyes filled with determination. The Heartstone is more than just a source of power. It's a key to something much larger. I can sense there are other secrets hidden deep within the island, secrets that could change everything. We need to find them. Together, the trio moved through the cavern, following the glowing path that the Heartstone had created. The island itself seemed to guide their steps, the air now thick with a sense of purpose. Every step forward felt like a step deeper into the island's mysteries. And Isla could feel herself growing more connected to it with each passing moment. They emerged from the cavern, stepping back into the jungle, the golden vines still lighting the way. But the island was no longer the same place it had been when they first arrived. It was alive in ways they couldn't fully understand yet, and Isla could feel the pulse of its heart beneath her feet. The wind shifted, and Isla paused, closing her eyes as the whispers of the island seemed to call to her. She knew there were challenges ahead, challenges that would test not just her, but everyone she held dear. But she was ready. The Heartstone had chosen her, and she would protect the island with everything she had. It was time for the true journey to begin, and Isla, the guardian of the Golden Island in the mist, was prepared to face whatever came next. The sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow across the jungle as Isla, Aella, and Ilias made their way deeper into the heart of the island. The path they followed was illuminated by the golden vines, each step resonating with the deep power of the Heartstone that now pulsed within Isla. The island felt different now, more alive, and the air seemed charged with a quiet magic, as though the land itself was awakening in response to Isla's connection to it. As they journeyed onward, they came across a small clearing where the trees parted to reveal an ancient, weathered structure. It stood in the middle of the clearing, a crumbling temple that seemed to be waiting for them. Ivy and moss covered its stone walls, but there was no mistaking the intricate carvings that adorned its surfaces, symbols of protection, life, and the stars. This is unexpected, Ilias said, his voice low. I didn't think there would be structures like this still standing. Isla's gaze was fixed on the temple, her heart racing. She could feel the pull of the place, a deep, almost magnetic force. The connection to the Heartstone was stronger here, as though the temple had once been a part of the island's soul, a focal point of its ancient power. We need to go inside. Isla said quietly, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. Aella stepped closer, her brow furrowed with concern. Isla, are you sure? This place looks old, and we don't know what's inside. It could be dangerous. Isla nodded, her hand instinctively resting over her chest, where the Heartstone's power pulsed. The island is guiding us here. We're meant to find something inside. The answers we seek are within. Reluctantly, Aella nodded, and the three of them moved toward the entrance. As they stepped inside, the air grew cooler, the scent of ancient stone and earth filling their senses. The interior of the temple was far larger than they had anticipated. It was a vast chamber, with tall columns that rose up to a vaulted ceiling. Decorated with more intricate carvings, depictions of celestial beings, the elements, and mythical creatures from ages past. In the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal, much like the one where the Heartstone had rested in the cavern. But this pedestal was different, more elaborate, with a series of intricate grooves etched into the surface, as though it had once held something of great importance. At its base lay a stone relief, showing an image of a young woman, her hair flowing like water, her eyes radiating an intense, otherworldly light. Isla's breath caught in her throat. The woman in the relief. She looked like her. Or, rather, she looked like someone Isla had once seen in her dreams. A vision of a figure who had been calling to her from the depths of her memories. Isla. Ilias began, his voice barely above a whisper. Is that? Isla stepped forward, her feet moving as if guided by an invisible force. She reached out, her fingers brushing the stone relief. The moment her skin touched the surface, the carvings began to glow faintly, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. Welcome, guardian. The words sent a chill down Isla's spine, and she withdrew her hand as if the stone had burned her. Aella and Elias stood back, watching her intently. "Did you hear that?" Aella asked, her voice filled with awe and concern. Isla nodded slowly. "It's the island, speaking to me. It knows I've come. It knows I'm its guardian now." The voice continued, this time more clearly, as if the stone was somehow alive, speaking directly to Isla's thoughts. "You are the chosen one, the vessel of the Heartstone's power. To protect the island, you must first understand its past." Isla's eyes narrowed, her mind racing. "The past? What do you mean?" The stone glowed brighter, and the image of the woman on the relief seemed to shift, her expression becoming more solemn, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Long ago, the island was not a place of peace. It was a battleground, a place of war between those who sought to control the Heartstone's power. But one, a woman of great strength and wisdom, rose above them all. She took the Heartstone's power into herself, becoming its guardian. She protected the island and its secrets, ensuring that no one would misuse the Heartstone again." The vision in the stone began to change again, showing the woman standing alone in a darkened world, holding the Heartstone high above her head as its power radiated outward. The darkness around her receded, and the land began to flourish once more, but the Heartstone's power is not meant to last forever. The island has a cycle. It is born, it flourishes, and then it fades. And with each cycle, the Heartstone must be passed to a new guardian, one who will carry its burden for as long as they are able. You are that new guardian." The voice fell silent, leaving Isla with a weighty silence in the air. She could feel the pull of the stone, its power still resonating deep within her. Aella stepped closer, her voice shaky. "Isla, what does this mean? You're telling me that you're the next in line to take on the Heartstone's power. But are you ready for this? Can you bear the responsibility?" Isla closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the Heartstone surge within her. She could feel the weight of the past pressing down on her shoulders, the legacy of the previous guardians echoing through the temple. The island had endured so much, and now, it was her turn to carry that burden. "I don't know if I'm ready," Isla said softly, her voice filled with uncertainty. "But I have to be. The island needs me. It needs someone to protect it from those who would misuse its power. And I'm the one chosen to do that." Elias placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We're with you, Isla. No matter what happens next, we'll face it together." Isla turned to look at her friends, her heart swelling with gratitude. She wasn't alone. She had them, and together, they would protect the island, no matter the cost. She turned back to the pedestal. The stone relief now glowed brightly, its message clear: the journey has only just begun, guardian. The Heartstone's true power is yet to be unlocked. You must seek the remaining pieces of the Heartstone's essence, hidden deep within the island, and only then will you understand its true purpose. Isla took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She wasn't just the guardian of the island now. She was the protector of its future. And she would do whatever it took to ensure that the island, and its secrets, remained safe. The adventure ahead would be perilous, but Isla was ready. The golden light of the Heartstone flickered around her, and she knew the path she had to take. It was time to find the rest of the Heartstone's essence, and her journey was far from over. the days that followed Isla's awakening to the island's power were marked by a strange sense of both clarity and confusion. She could feel the island's pulse in her very veins, and it guided her every move. The Heartstone had granted her the ability to connect with the island in ways she had never imagined, yet with this gift came an overwhelming sense of responsibility. It was a power that weighed heavily on her shoulders, a power that demanded she understand it fully before it consumed her. Isla had spent the past few days studying the island's secrets. Aela and Elias had remained by her side, supporting her as she delved deeper into the ancient magic that flowed through the Heartstone. Together, they explored the hidden passages that had been revealed within the cavern, but the deeper they went, the more they realized that the Heartstone's influence was not merely one of power, it was one of ancient knowledge. The further they ventured, the more Isla could sense that the Heartstone was connected to something much larger than the island itself. She could hear the echoes of forgotten voices, whispers of past guardians and the civilizations that had once thrived here. The air was thick with the weight of their memories, and Isla began to understand that she was not just the guardian of the island, but a key player in a much older and grander cycle. As they reached the deepest chamber, Isla's steps slowed. The walls here were adorned with intricate carvings, symbols of the old magic, of the ancient beings that had once ruled the island. She felt a strange, magnetic pull toward the center of the chamber. Where a stone pedestal stood, bathed in a soft, golden light, "There's something here," Isla said softly, her voice reverberating in the silence. She could feel it, the same pulse that had resonated through her when she first touched the Heartstone. But this was different, it was older, more primal. Aela and Elias exchanged glances but said nothing, knowing that Isla had to follow her instincts. They had learned that the island often revealed its truths to her in ways that were beyond their comprehension. Isla approached the pedestal, and as she did, a strange energy filled the air. The carvings on the walls seemed to shift, the ancient symbols glowing faintly. She placed her hand on the stone, and instantly, a surge of power coursed through her. The air around her seemed to vibrate with the energy of the island, and for a moment, she was transported to a vision, an ancient city, long lost to time, standing proudly against the backdrop of the island. In this vision, she saw the island in its prime, a place of wonder and magic, where beings of great power lived in harmony with the land. There were cities of stone, their spires reaching high into the misty skies, and temples filled with ancient knowledge. The Heartstone pulsed at the heart of it all, its power the source of the island's vitality. But as Isla watched, she saw something shift, a dark force, creeping from the edges of the island, spreading slowly but steadily. She saw the once vibrant cities fall into ruin, their people succumbing to the darkness. The vision was fragmented, and Isla's hand began to tremble against the stone as she tried to make sense of it all. She pulled her hand away, gasping for air as the vision faded. "Aela." "Elias," she said, her voice shaky. "I saw it. The island's history, the rise, the fall. It's all tied to the Heartstone, but there's more. Something dark is coming." Elias stepped forward, his expression serious. "What do you mean? What was that vision?" Isla's breath steadied as she collected her thoughts. "I saw the island's past, its golden age. But I also saw the darkness that destroyed it. The Heartstone, it's more than just a source of power. It's a guardian itself, a protector of the island. And I think, in the past, the darkness it faced, it was tied to something else, something that's waking up again. Ayala's eyes widened. Are you saying that the Heartstone is fighting something? A force that's been dormant all this time? Isla nodded gravely. Yes. And I think it's starting to wake up. The island's power is rising again, but so is the danger. We need to find out what this darkness is before it's too late. The three of them stood in silence for a moment, the weight of Isla's words sinking in. The island had been lost to time, its history buried beneath layers of mist and magic. But now, the pieces were falling into place, and the stakes were higher than they could have imagined. We can't do this alone, Ayala said, breaking the silence. We need to find the other guardians, the ones who've been hidden for centuries. They might know more about what's happening. Ilyas nodded. And we need to learn how to use the Heartstone's power to protect the island, not just keep it alive. Isla felt the weight of her newfound responsibility pressing against her chest. She wasn't just the guardian of the island anymore. She was the key to its survival. If the darkness returned, it would be up to her to stop it. But she couldn't do it alone. Then we'll find the guardians. Isla said firmly, determination settling in her bones. We'll uncover the truth of the island's past and stop the darkness before it's too late. With renewed purpose, they left the chamber, the golden light of the Heartstone casting long shadows behind them. The journey ahead would be long and dangerous, but Isla knew that she wasn't alone. She had her friends by her side, and the island, its magic and its history, was now part of her. Together, they would face whatever challenges awaited them, and the island, with its golden secrets, would not fall again. The journey had only just begun, but Isla could already feel the weight of what lay ahead. With each passing day, the island seemed to grow more alive around them. The jungle, once a mere backdrop to their adventure, now pulsed with energy. It wasn't just the Heartstone's power that resonated here, it was something ancient, something older than the Heartstone itself. Isla could feel its presence, like a shadow lurking just beyond the edge of her awareness. It whispered of forgotten secrets, of untold stories, of a time before the Heartstone became the island's guardian. The days were long, and the nights were filled with strange dreams, visions that felt like memories from another life. Isla could not shake the feeling that the island was testing her, pulling her deeper into its mysteries. She often found herself walking alone, drawn to places she could not explain, each step taking her further into the unknown. But despite the sense of danger, there was also a pull, an undeniable call that urged her to uncover the truth. Ayala and Ilyas had been supportive, though both were growing more anxious as they ventured deeper into the island's forgotten corners. They had encountered strange phenomena, trees that whispered as the wind passed through their leaves, pools of water that shimmered with golden light, and creatures that seemed both familiar and strange, as if they too had been shaped by the island's magic. On the seventh night after their discovery of the temple, the island revealed more of its secrets. Isla had been awake for hours, unable to sleep. Her thoughts swirled around the visions she'd experienced in the chamber, and she could not shake the sense that they were not simply memories. The Heartstone had shown her fragments of a much larger story, a story that had been lost to time, buried beneath centuries of mist. As she stood at the edge of the jungle, looking out over the vast ocean that surrounded the island, the wind picked up. It carried with it the scent of salt water and something else, something older, deeper, a smell she couldn't quite place. The air felt heavy, as though something was about to shift. Then, as if in answer to her thoughts, a soft, ethereal voice filled the air, as though spoken by the island itself. "Guardian, come forth." Isla's heart skipped a beat. The voice was unmistakable. It was the same voice that had spoken to her through the stone relief. But now, it was more insistent, more urgent. She turned toward the sound and followed the pull, her feet carrying her deeper into the jungle. The trees parted before her, as though parting to reveal a path, guiding her toward whatever awaited. After what seemed like hours of walking, she found herself at the foot of a towering cliff, its face smooth and dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the heartstone within her chest. The air was thick with mist, and Isla felt her pulse quicken. The voice, now more familiar, beckoned from somewhere deep within the cliff. Without thinking, she placed a hand against the stone. Immediately, the cliff face shimmered, and a low rumble echoed from within. The stone parted, revealing an entrance hidden from the world, cloaked by the island's ancient magic. Isla stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat. Inside the cavern was unlike anything she had seen before. The walls were covered in glowing runes, their meaning lost to time, but their power unmistakable. The air was thick with energy, and in the center of the cavern stood an altar, bathed in a soft golden light. Upon it lay a massive stone, cracked down the middle, as if it had been broken in half long ago. It pulsed faintly, as though it were alive. Isla took a step forward, drawn toward the stone. The moment her hand touched its surface, the cavern came alive with light. The runes on the walls began to glow, their symbols shifting and rearranging, forming images of a distant past. She saw the island as it once was, a paradise of immense beauty, where beings of light and shadow coexisted in harmony. The Heartstone had been the island's core, a source of power that connected all life. But as the vision unfolded, Isla saw a different story, one of corruption, betrayal, and destruction. A dark force had risen, an ancient evil that sought to claim the Heartstone's power for itself. The Heartstone had been shattered to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, but the damage had already been done. The island was slowly dying, and the power of the Heartstone had to be hidden, scattered, to protect it from those who would exploit it. The vision flickered, and Isla saw the last guardian, an ancient figure standing alone in the heart of the island, their eyes filled with sorrow. The guardian had held the island's secrets within their grasp, but their time was short. They had hidden the Heartstone's fragments, hoping that one day, a new guardian would rise to restore the balance. Isla gasped as the vision faded, and the cavern grew still. The weight of what she had seen pressed down on her like a heavy blanket. The island had been torn apart, not by the forces of nature, but by its own inhabitants. The Heartstone had been shattered, its power divided, hidden away in pieces across the island. You've seen it, haven't you? A voice said, breaking the silence. Isla turned to see Elias and Ayla standing at the entrance of the cavern, their faces pale with concern. I have, Isla replied, her voice trembling. The island, the Heartstone. It's been broken. The darkness isn't just coming, it's already here. Ayla stepped forward, her expression filled with determination. "What do we do now?" Isla looked back at the altar, her mind racing. "We need to find the fragments. The Heartstone's pieces are hidden across the island, and once we gather them, we'll have the power to stop whatever is coming." Elias nodded. "And the darkness?" "It will follow us," Isla said softly, "but we'll fight it together." With renewed resolve, the three of them turned and left the cavern, knowing that the road ahead would be fraught with danger. The Heartstone's power was theirs to reclaim, and Isla had become its final hope. The island was waiting. The darkness was closing in, and the journey to restore balance had only just begun. The days grew longer, the mist more oppressive. The island, once a place of mystery and beauty, now felt like a sleeping giant stirring beneath the surface, its secrets and dangers awakening. Isla, Ayala, and Elias knew that time was running out. The Heartstone had been shattered, its fragments scattered across the island, and with each passing moment, the darkness that had once consumed the land was slowly creeping back into its forgotten corners. The weight of their mission pressed down on them as they navigated the wild terrain. They had ventured far from the cavern where they had discovered the first clue, and each new day brought them closer to the island's heart, and closer to the fragments of the Heartstone that lay hidden within its depths. Isla could feel the pull of the Heartstone's power more strongly than ever. It was as though the island itself was calling to her, guiding her steps, urging her to find the fragments before the darkness fully awakened. But despite the sense of urgency, she could not shake the feeling that something was watching them, something ancient and malevolent, lurking just beyond the veil of the mist. They had crossed treacherous cliffs, navigated labyrinthine caves, and braved the dense, overgrown jungles. Along the way, they had encountered strange and dangerous creatures, remnants of the ancient island's past, guardians twisted by the same darkness that had once claimed the Heartstone. But Isla had also felt the warmth of the Heartstone's magic guiding them, its power offering protection when they needed it most. On the 15th day of their search, they found themselves at the edge of a vast, dark forest. The trees were taller here, their trunks thick with age, their canopies woven so tightly together that little light filtered through. It was a place of deep silence, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. "This is it," Isla said, her voice quiet but filled with certainty. She could feel it, the Heartstone's energy pulsing from within the forest, calling her forward. "The next fragment is here. I know it." Ayala and Elias exchanged glances, both sensing the same unease in the air. They had come a long way, but the forest felt different, almost alive with a dark force. The trees seemed to shift and sway, their branches creaking as though they were watching. "This place doesn't feel right," Ayala said, her hand instinctively reaching for her dagger. "It's as though the forest itself is alive." "We need to stay focused," Isla replied. "The Heartstone fragment is here, and we have to find it. The longer we wait, the stronger the darkness becomes." With a shared nod, they stepped into the forest, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss and fallen leaves beneath them. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to close in around them, their gnarled roots twisting through the earth like ancient serpents. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the forest, sending a chill down Isla's spine. She stopped, motioning for the others to be silent. The sound came again, Closer this time. I don't like this, Elias muttered, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. Something's out there. Isla's heart raced as she strained to hear. The growl had stopped, but the air was thick with tension. It was as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Stay close, Isla whispered, stepping cautiously forward. The fragment is near. We just need to push forward. They moved in silence, each step deliberate. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to come alive with whispers, murmurs in a language they couldn't understand. The trees groaned, their branches creaking as if in warning. And then, through the dense foliage, they saw it, a towering stone structure, half buried in the earth, its surface covered in vines and moss. The stone was dark, almost obsidian in color, and it radiated an eerie energy. Isla felt the heartstone's pulse growing stronger as she approached, her heart pounding in her chest. "This is it," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The fragment, it's here." Before they could approach the stone, a shape moved in the shadows, too fast to see clearly. A massive creature, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, emerged from the darkness. It was humanoid but distorted, its body twisted and malformed by the same darkness that had consumed the island so long ago. Its growl was low and guttural, and its eyes locked onto Isla with a predatory gaze. "Stand back!" Elias shouted, drawing his sword as the creature lunged toward them, but Isla didn't move. She could feel the heartstone fragment calling to her, and in that moment, she knew what she had to do. She stepped forward, her hand reaching toward the stone. The creature hesitated, sensing the power emanating from her. For a moment, there was only silence, until the creature lunged again, faster than before. Isla's hand closed around the stone fragment, and a surge of energy exploded from her, sending the creature flying backward. The forest trembled with the force of the blast, and the creature let out a deafening roar before retreating back into the shadows. Isla stood, breathless but resolute, holding the fragment in her hand. It was warm, pulsing with the same golden light that had guided her from the beginning. "We have the fragment," Ayala said, her voice filled with awe. "But, what was that thing?" "It's a guardian," Isla said, still catching her breath, but twisted by the darkness. "It's one of the island's protectors, corrupted by the same force that shattered the Heartstone." Elias nodded grimly. "And there's more of them, isn't there? More guardians, waiting for us." Isla looked down at the fragment in her hand, the weight of their task pressing heavily on her. "Yes. But we can't stop now. The Heartstone is still broken. We have to find the rest of the fragments before the darkness overtakes us." With the first fragment of the Heartstone safely in her possession, the trio turned and began their journey once more. But the island was growing restless, and the darkness that had once claimed it was closing in on them, determined to keep the Heartstone's power from being restored. The true battle for the island had only just begun. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an eerie sense of foreboding. Isla clutched the fragment of the Heartstone tightly, feeling its warmth radiate through her hand, a stark contrast to the chill of the air. The forest around them had grown darker, and the silence was no longer peaceful. It felt like a waiting trap, as if the island itself were holding its breath. They had ventured deeper into the heart of the island since finding the first fragment, but now it seemed that every step they took was met with more resistance. The trees towered above them, their twisted branches casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward them. The sky had grown cloudy, blocking out the sun, and the mist thickened once again, obscuring the path ahead. "We need to keep moving," Elias said, his voice low, almost drowned out by the rising wind. "The longer we stay, the more dangerous it becomes." Ella nodded in agreement. Her eyes were scanning the shadows, the grip on her dagger firm. "We're getting close, I can feel it. But we need to be careful. Whatever's waiting for us ahead, it's not going to be easy." Isla nodded silently, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. She had felt the island shift in her mind ever since they had obtained the first fragment. It was no longer just a place of wonder, it was an ancient battlefield, the scars of a forgotten war echoing through its very earth. They reached a clearing, and Isla stopped. The air felt thicker here, charged with the same energy she had felt when they discovered the first fragment. But something was different. The trees around the clearing had been stripped of their leaves, leaving them bare and twisted, their gnarled branches resembling fingers clawing at the sky. At the center of the clearing stood a stone archway, half buried in the ground, its surface covered with runes Isla couldn't understand. "This is it," Isla whispered. The heartstone fragment pulsed in her hand, as though it were calling to something hidden beyond the archway. "The next fragment, it's here." As they stepped closer to the archway, the ground beneath their feet trembled. The air seemed to hum with a low, vibrating energy, growing stronger with each step. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the mist beyond the arch. It was tall and cloaked in shadows, its face obscured by a hood. The figure's presence felt oppressive, and Isla instinctively took a step back. "Who goes there?" A voice, deep and ancient, echoed from the figure. It was neither human nor animal, but something older, something that had been forged in the very bones of the island. "I am Isla of the Heartstone," she called, her voice steady despite the fear creeping up her spine. "I seek the fragments of the Heartstone to restore balance to this island." The figure didn't move. Instead, a low laugh escaped from beneath the hood. "The Heartstone's power is not for you to claim, child. It is a force beyond the control of mortals." Aella stepped forward, her hand still on her dagger. "We have no choice. The island is dying, and if we do not restore the Heartstone, the darkness will consume it all." The figure's eyes glowed beneath the hood, a faint blue light that seemed to pierce through the mist. For a moment, there was only silence as the two forces seemed to lock in a battle of wills. Then, the figure spoke again, its voice colder than before. "You cannot undo what has been done. The Heartstone is broken, and its pieces scattered. To try and restore it is to invite destruction." Isla's heart raced, but she held her ground. "I will not give up. If the Heartstone is broken, then it can be mended. The island's fate is bound to its power, and I cannot let it fall into the hands of darkness." The figure seemed to consider her words for a moment, and then, to Isla's surprise, it stepped aside, revealing the stone archway in full. "Then you will face the trials of the island," the figure intoned, its voice like the sound of rustling leaves. "Only those worthy may pass. Only those who are truly chosen by the Heartstone may restore it." The figure raised a hand, and a flash of light erupted from the archway, blinding Isla and her companions. When the light faded, they found themselves standing at the edge of a vast and endless chasm. The sky above them had turned a deep crimson, and the air felt heavy, thick with the scent of earth and decay. "This is the first trial," the figure's voice echoed around them. "Cross the chasm, and you will prove your worth. Fail, and the Heartstone's power will be lost forever." Isla's heart pounded in her chest as she surveyed the chasm. It stretched out before them, an abyss that seemed to go on forever. The only way forward was a narrow stone bridge that seemed to hover in mid-air, shrouded in mist. Ayala's voice was tight with concern. "There's no way across. The bridge, it's barely solid." Ilyas stepped closer to Isla, his eyes fixed on the chasm. "It's a test, Isla. We have to trust in the Heartstone. In its power." Isla nodded, taking a deep breath. She stepped forward, holding the fragment of the Heartstone in her hand. The moment her foot touched the stone bridge, the mist parted, and the bridge solidified beneath her. She could feel the pulse of the Heartstone's magic, guiding her forward, lending her strength. Ayala and Ilyas followed closely behind, their steps hesitant at first, but as they moved forward, the bridge seemed to grow more stable, the mist receding with each passing step. But as they neared the center of the bridge, the air shifted, and a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the chasm. The ground beneath them trembled, and a massive shadow rose from the chasm's dark depths. A monstrous creature with eyes burning like embers and fangs sharp as obsidian. The trial had begun in earnest. Isla held her breath, steadying herself. The Heartstone fragment pulsed in her hand, and she knew, deep in her bones, that this was the moment she had been preparing for. The darkness of the island was closing in, but she was ready to face it, no matter the cost. The battle for the Heartstone had only just begun. The creature's roar sent a chill down Isla's spine, but she stood firm, the Heartstone fragment still warm in her hand. The bridge trembled beneath their feet as the beast emerged from the chasm's depths. Its form was massive, covered in scales that glistened with an unnatural sheen, reflecting the crimson sky above. Its eyes burned like molten fire, and the sound of its breath was like a distant thunderclap. "Stay close," Ilyas shouted, grabbing Isla's arm as the creature's huge maw opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Ayala was already drawing her dagger, her eyes locked on the approaching danger. "We can't fight it the way we fought the shadows in the forest. This is different." Isla felt the power of the Heartstone fragment resonate within her, but she knew the creature was not something that could be defeated with force alone. It was ancient, born from the island's darkest secrets, and it guarded more than just the path, it guarded the very soul of the island itself. The beast lunged forward with terrifying speed, snapping its jaws shut just inches from Ayala, who barely managed to dodge. The ground shook as the creature's massive tail whipped across the bridge, sending waves of mist crashing around them. "We need to reach the other side," Isla cried, urging the group forward, but the creature was relentless. It swiped at Ilyas with one of its massive claws, forcing him to leap backward, his feet barely landing on the stone. The bridge groaned under the strain, and the fog thickened, wrapping around their legs like a vine. Isla closed her eyes, focusing on the pulse of the Heartstone fragment in her hand. She reached deep into the connection she felt. trying to understand its power. The Heartstone wasn't just a relic, it was alive, connected to the very heart of the island. She could feel its ancient energy coursing through her, urging her to act. "Isla," Ayala called urgently, "what are you waiting for? It's going to destroy the bridge." Isla didn't respond at first. Her mind was racing. She had been chosen by the Heartstone, she knew this. But the power she felt wasn't just to defeat the creature before them. It was the island itself, whispering its forgotten stories, its lost memories. The creature was a guardian, yes, but it was also a reflection of the island's heart, dark, misunderstood, and now threatened by the erosion of its own history. With a deep breath, Isla raised the fragment of the Heartstone high above her head, and the air around them crackled with a sharp energy. The beast recoiled as if it could feel the power shifting. Its roar turned into a guttural hiss, and the very bridge beneath them seemed to tremble with the island's unease. "Do you feel it?" Isla's voice was quiet, yet it rang out in the chaos of the moment. She wasn't just speaking to her companions, she was speaking to the island itself. "I am the keeper of the Heartstone. I carry its memory. You are not forgotten." The creature stopped in its tracks, its fiery eyes narrowing. For a long moment, there was silence, an unnatural stillness that seemed to hold time itself in place. The Heartstone fragment pulsed in Isla's hand, its glow intensifying with each passing heartbeat, until it was a blinding light. The bridge around them began to shift, its stones rising and falling like waves beneath their feet, and the creature began to shrink, its form folding in on itself, becoming less monstrous and more human-like. Isla's heart raced. She had never felt the Heartstone's power so strongly. She wasn't just protecting the island, she was remembering it, drawing out its history from the depths of its forgotten corners. The beast was the embodiment of its lost past, twisted by the island's decay. And now, as the Heartstone's light surrounded them, it was starting to return to its true form. The creature's massive body transformed, its scales melting away, revealing a tall, dark figure, draped in ancient robes. The figure was as old as the island itself, its face covered in shadows, but its posture now seemed regal, almost mournful. "You are the keeper of the Heartstone." The figure's voice was soft, like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten forest. It was neither threatening nor kind, but full of the weight of time and loss. Isla nodded, still holding the fragment high, but her voice was steady. "I am. And I'm here to restore what was broken." The figure's eyes, now glowing faintly, studied Isla with a mixture of sadness and recognition. "You are a child of the island. Yet you carry the burden of its forgotten past. But can you truly restore what has been lost? Can you heal the wounds of this land?" Isla stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "I don't know the full cost. But I will try." The figure's expression softened for the briefest of moments. "Then you must understand the price of this path. To restore the Heartstone is to risk the heart of the island itself. It will not be without sacrifice." Elias and Ayala had approached cautiously, standing just behind Isla. Elias looked at the figure, a mixture of awe and uncertainty in his eyes. "What do you mean? What sacrifice?" The figure looked at them all, as if weighing their worth. "The Heartstone was once whole. its pieces scattered across the island. But each piece, each fragment, carries a piece of the island's soul. When you restore it, you must be prepared to face not just the darkness that threatens this place, but the darkness that lives within yourselves. Isla tightened her grip on the fragment. She understood now. It wasn't just the island they had to save. It was their own fears, their own struggles, the very things that had led them here. Each piece of the Heartstone wasn't just a key to restoring the island, it was a reflection of the journey they had undertaken, the personal trials they each had to face. "I'm ready," Isla said, her voice steady. "Whatever the cost." The figure nodded slowly, then extended its hand toward her, palm open. "Then you must give the fragment to me. Only then can the Heartstone be whole again." Isla hesitated for a moment, but her instincts told her this was the next step. She stepped forward and placed the Heartstone fragment into the figure's outstretched hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the ground shook violently, and the bridge beneath their feet cracked open, sending waves of light and shadow spiraling outward. The figure slowly raised the fragment above its head, and a brilliant, blinding light erupted, engulfing them all. As the light faded, Isla found herself standing at the center of the island. The Heartstone was no longer fragmented, but whole again, radiating pure light. The darkness that had plagued the island began to recede, and the mist lifted, revealing the true beauty of the land once more. But the figure was gone, and Isla knew, without a doubt, that their journey was far from over. The light of the restored Heartstone illuminated the island like the first dawn of a new world. As the mist lifted and the shadows receded, Isla, Elias, and Aella stood at the heart of the island, surrounded by the lush, untouched beauty that had long been hidden beneath the veil of darkness. The air was thick with the scent of blossoms, ancient trees stretching high above them, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. Isla took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the Heartstone's power surge through her. The island was alive again, the heartbeat of the land aligning with her own. But despite the peace that surrounded them, Isla felt a lingering unease. "We did it," Elias said, his voice full of wonder as he gazed at the rejuvenated landscape. "The island, it's whole again." Aella, ever the cautious one, looked around warily. "For now. But there's something more to this, something we haven't yet understood." Isla turned toward her companions, her hand still resting on the warm surface of the Heartstone. "The island is restored, but the darkness isn't gone. It's part of this place, woven into its very fabric. We've only brought it back to balance. Now, we have to make sure it stays balanced." A low rumble echoed through the ground, a reminder that the island's transformation was far from simple. The Heartstone, once a mere fragment, was now whole, and it held within it the ancient power to either heal or destroy. The figure, the guardian of the Heartstone, had warned them of the cost. The island's heart had been restored, but Isla felt something deeper stirring within her. The journey had not been about restoring the island's physical beauty or even defeating the darkness. It had been about facing what lay hidden within themselves. "There's one more trial," Isla said, her voice barely a whisper. She knew the Heartstone's true power had not yet fully revealed itself. The island had a memory, a past that had been lost to time. And the Heartstone was the key to unlocking it. "What do you mean?" Aella asked, stepping closer. We've already faced so much. I don't think I could handle another trial. I don't know if it's a trial, Isla answered, her gaze distant as she watched the last of the mist fade. But we've only seen part of the island's truth. The Heartstone, it's tied to the memories of this place. There's something we need to uncover, something that the island has been hiding from us. As if on cue, the ground beneath them began to shift, and the trees parted, revealing a narrow path leading deeper into the heart of the island. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its stone walls overgrown with vines and flowers that glowed faintly in the twilight. Isla's heart skipped a beat. This was it, the final piece of the puzzle. The temple was not just a relic of the island's past, it was the key to understanding the true purpose of the Heartstone. Without a word, Isla began to walk forward, the others following her closely. The air grew thick with anticipation, the weight of the journey pressing down on them. The Heartstone pulsed with power, its warmth radiating through Isla's body, guiding her steps. As they entered the temple, a deep silence fell over them. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, each one telling a story of the island's forgotten history, stories of people long gone, of battles fought in the shadows of the mountains, and of an ancient pact made between the island and the forces of light and dark. At the center of the temple stood a large pedestal, upon which rested a second, larger Heartstone, pulsing with a steady, rhythmic light. This was the true Heartstone, the source of all power on the island. Isla's heart raced as she stepped forward, drawn to it by an invisible force. This is the source, she murmured, her fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the stone. The moment she touched it, a surge of energy flooded through her, and images flashed before her eyes, visions of the past. Of the island's creation, of the ancient beings who had once walked these lands. She saw the darkness that had once consumed the Heartstone, twisting it into a force of corruption, and the long battle to restore balance. The island had not always been a place of beauty. It had been a battleground between light and dark, a place where ancient powers had fought for control. The Heartstone had been the key to maintaining that balance, but when the darkness had grown too strong, the island had been forgotten, its history buried beneath layers of mist. Isla felt the weight of those memories pressing down on her, but she also felt something else, a deep, profound connection to the island itself. She understood now. The Heartstone was not just a relic of the past. It was a living entity, a symbol of the island's spirit, and it needed to be protected. The vision faded, and Isla found herself standing before the pedestal, her hands still resting on the Heartstone. She turned to Elias and Aella, her eyes filled with a newfound determination. "We've restored the island," Isla said, her voice strong. "But there's still work to be done. The island's spirit is fragile. We need to guard it, protect it, and ensure that its heart remains whole." Elias nodded. "We're with you. Whatever it takes." Aella, though still cautious, gave Isla a rare smile. "I've always trusted you, Isla. And now, I see why." Together, the three of them stood before the Heartstone, knowing that their journey was far from over. They had uncovered the truth about the island, but the true test was yet to come. To protect the Heartstone, they would have to face not only the forces that threatened the island but the shadows within themselves. As the temple's walls shimmered with the light of the Heartstone, Isla felt the island's pulse steady, its power renewed. The Golden Island was no longer a forgotten land shrouded in mist. It was a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of places, there could be light, and Isla Elias and Aella would be its guardians, standing together to ensure that the Golden Island remained a symbol of the balance between light and dark. Forever protected by the power of the Heartstone. The enchanted lighthouse ship, far out at sea, where the horizon blurred into an endless expanse of blue, there was a ship unlike any other, a ship that glowed in the dark, its sails sparkling like the stars, and its lighthouse towering high above the deck. The enchanted lighthouse ship, as it was known, sailed the waters where the sky kissed the sea, guiding lost travelers to safety and shelter. For centuries, the ship had been a legend among sailors, a beacon of hope for those stranded in the treacherous seas. But few had ever seen it up close, and fewer still knew the story of its origins. It was said that the ship had been built not by human hands, but by the mysterious beings of the sea, creatures of both water and light who lived in the depths, far beneath the waves. Their magic had imbued the ship with powers beyond comprehension, making it both a vessel and a guardian. Its captain, too, was not of the ordinary world. She was said to be a spirit of the sea, a woman who had lived many lifetimes, each time bound to the ship, guiding it through the most perilous storms and ensuring it never ran aground. Her name was Captain Isla, and she had been the lighthouse keeper for as long as anyone could remember. One foggy evening, as the enchanted lighthouse ship drifted along the silent waters, a small boat appeared on the horizon, struggling against the powerful currents. On board was a young man named Corwin, his clothes drenched and his face pale from exhaustion. He had been lost at sea for days, swept off course during a violent storm. His heart sank as he saw the ship approaching, for he had heard the stories, but he had never believed in them. As the ship drew closer, its towering lighthouse began to shine brighter, casting a golden light across the water. The boat's small sail fluttered weakly in the wind, and Corwin tried to steer it towards the light, but he lacked the strength. He had almost given up hope when, to his surprise, a rope dropped from the side of the enchanted lighthouse ship. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Corwin grasped it with trembling hands and climbed aboard. When he stepped onto the deck, the ship felt alive, as if the wood beneath his feet were breathing with him. He looked around in awe, his gaze traveling up to the towering lighthouse. It pulsed with a soft, golden glow, as if it was alive itself. At the helm stood a woman with hair as dark as the night sky, her eyes as deep and mysterious as the ocean. She turned to face him with a calm smile. Her presence was both comforting and otherworldly, like the calm before a storm. "You've made it," she said, her voice gentle yet strong. "Welcome aboard the enchanted lighthouse ship. You've been guided to safety." Corwin's throat tightened with gratitude, but there was a spark of curiosity within him. "But how? I thought the ship was just a myth." Captain Isla's smile deepened. "Many think of it as a myth, but it's more than that. It's a part of the sea itself. And I am its keeper." Corwin took a hesitant step forward, his mind still reeling. "The sea. A part of it. Are you? Are you a part of the ocean?" Isla's eyes sparkled with ancient knowledge. "I have lived many lives, and in each of them, I have served as the lighthouse keeper. The sea, the sky, the stars, they all have their own rhythm. and I am here to guide them." Corwin stood silent, absorbing her words. His body ached, and his mind was clouded with questions, but something about the ship's glow, its hum, made him feel at peace for the first time since he had set sail. The dangers of the sea, the storm that had almost claimed him, seemed like distant memories now, as though they had never existed. The ship's bell rang out, breaking the silence, and Isla turned towards the sound. "It seems we are not alone tonight," she said, her voice calm but tinged with a hint of something more. "The ship calls to others, just as it called to you." Corwin looked out across the water, his eyes narrowing as he saw another faint light in the distance, flickering through the fog. It was another ship, much smaller than the enchanted lighthouse ship, but it too seemed to be guided by some invisible force. Are we going to help them?" Corwin asked, his voice barely a whisper. Isla nodded. "We are always ready to help those in need. The enchanted lighthouse ship does not merely guide ships, it leads them to where they belong." And so, as the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle above, the enchanted lighthouse ship sailed toward the flickering light in the distance, its glow cutting through the fog like a beacon, its purpose clear. Corwin stood at the bow, feeling both an overwhelming sense of wonder and an unshakable sense of purpose, as though this was only the beginning of a journey he had been destined for. The sea stretched out before him, vast and mysterious, and he knew that whatever lay ahead, the ship and its captain would always be there to guide him through the darkness. The enchanted lighthouse ship glided through the fog, its glowing sails catching the wind as if the very air around it bent to its will. Corwin stood at the bow, his eyes focused on the distant light, now growing larger with each passing moment. The ship moved with a grace and power that seemed unnatural, as though it were part of the sea itself, weaving through the water with ease. As they drew closer, the faint light from the other vessel grew clearer, revealing the outline of a small, struggling ship. Its sails were torn, and the hull appeared weathered and battered. It seemed to be barely afloat, caught in the currents that threatened to drag it into the abyss. Captain Isla stood beside Corwin, her expression calm but purposeful. She raised her hand, and the ship's bell rang again, its deep tone reverberating through the air. The enchanted lighthouse ship responded to her silent command, altering its course slightly, making a slow and steady approach toward the distressed vessel. "Who are they?" Corwin asked, his voice carrying the weight of concern. "They are travelers, like you," Isla replied. "Those who wander too far from the known paths, lost in the sea's embrace. We are their guide." Corwin nodded, his eyes still locked on the other ship. He could see figures moving on board, some of them frantically trying to mend the sails, while others seemed lost in despair. He felt a surge of empathy for them. He had been in their position not long ago, adrift in the vastness of the ocean, with no hope in sight. As the two ships drew closer, a thin mist seemed to swirl around the smaller vessel, a mist that had a strange, otherworldly glow to it. Corwin felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized that this was no ordinary fog. It was something magical, a manifestation of the sea's power. "They're caught in the fog," Corwin said, his voice tinged with fear. "The same mist that almost claimed me." Isla's gaze remained steady, her eyes as deep and inscrutable as the sea itself. "It is the sea's will," she said softly. "The fog comes to test those who wander too far, to see if they are worthy of the path they seek." Only those who are meant to find their way can break through it. The enchanted lighthouse ship drew even closer, its lighthouse now shining with an intense, almost blinding light. The mist around the smaller ship began to dissipate, retreating like a shadow before the light's power. The sailors on the struggling vessel looked up in awe, their expressions a mix of fear and wonder as they saw the towering beacon cutting through the fog. As the two ships met, the enchanted lighthouse ship slowed, its glowing ropes dropping down to the smaller vessel. The sailors aboard, now able to see the ship's full glory, hesitated for a moment, unsure whether they were dreaming or witnessing something miraculous. But soon, one of them reached up, grasping the rope with trembling hands. Isla nodded to Corwin, signaling for him to assist. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of his role in this strange encounter, but something inside him urged him forward. He moved quickly to the ropes, offering a steady hand to the sailors. "Welcome aboard," Corwin called out, trying to steady his voice. "You are safe now." One by one, the weary sailors were pulled aboard the enchanted lighthouse ship. There were 10 in total, men and women who had been lost at sea for weeks, maybe even longer. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow from the hardships they had endured, but there was a spark of hope in their gaze as they stepped onto the deck of the magical ship. When the last sailor had been pulled aboard, the ship's bell rang once more, signaling the completion of their rescue. The fog had fully cleared now, and the stars above twinkled brightly, reflecting off the calm waters below. The captain of the smaller vessel, a tall man with a weathered face, approached Isla. He bowed his head, gratitude evident in his eyes. "We owe you everything, Captain. We thought we were lost for good." Isla's eyes softened. The sea never forgets those who wander, and it never abandons them. But sometimes, it takes more than just a ship to guide you home. She turned to Corwin then, her gaze thoughtful. "You, too, were lost at sea, not so long ago," she said. "But you are here now. And you will find your way, just as the others have." Corwin felt a strange warmth in his chest at her words, as if the weight of his journey had finally begun to lift. He had been lost, but now he was part of something greater. The ship, the sea, the magic that flowed through both, it was all connected, and he was connected to it, too. The sailors gathered on the deck, looking around in awe at their surroundings. Some whispered in disbelief, while others stood in silence, taking in the beauty of the ship and the sea. There was a sense of peace here, a tranquility that Corwin had never known. It felt like home. As the ship sailed further into the night, Isla turned to face the horizon. "There are many more souls out there, Corwin," she said. "The sea holds secrets, and the lighthouse will always call those in need. But remember, it is not just the ship that guides them. It is the light within us all, the light that leads us to where we belong." Corwin stood beside her, his eyes drawn to the distant horizon, where the sea met the sky in a perfect, endless line. He didn't know what the future held, but he felt ready to face it. He had found his way, and now, with the enchanted lighthouse ship at his side, he knew his journey had only just begun. As the enchanted lighthouse ship sailed deeper into the night, its light continued to cut through the darkness like a living pulse. The newly rescued sailors gathered along the deck, wrapped in blankets that shimmered faintly with a light of their own, their exhaustion beginning to fade as they felt the soothing embrace of the ship's magic. Corwin stood quietly at the bow, watching the stars dance across the sky and reflecting on everything that had transpired. He had heard the stories of the ship, but now that he was aboard, those stories felt impossibly small compared to the reality of what he had experienced. The ship was more than a legend. It was a lifeline, a guardian of those lost at sea, with power and mystery woven into every plank of its glowing wood. Isla stood at the helm, her gaze as unyielding as the ocean itself. The glow from the lighthouse flickered in her eyes as she watched the stars ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Corwin approached her, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Captain Isla," he began, his voice tentative, "what happens to those we've rescued? Will they return to their ships?" Isla turned to him, her expression serene but knowing. "They are safe now. They will find their way home, though it may not be the way they expect." She gestured to the horizon, where a faint light flickered in the distance. "There are many paths in the sea. Some lead home, others lead to new beginnings. The ship does not take them back to where they came from. It takes them to where they need to be." Corwin was silent for a moment, trying to grasp the enormity of her words. "And what about me? What about my journey?" he asked quietly. Isla's eyes softened. "Your journey is yours alone, Corwin. You were brought aboard the enchanted lighthouse ship for a reason, just as the others were. You are here because the sea has a purpose for you, though you may not see it yet." Corwin gazed out at the water, feeling the weight of the mystery settle in his chest. For so long, he had wandered aimlessly, lost in his own uncertainties and regrets. But now, standing on this ship, he felt as though a new path was unfolding before him, one that he had never imagined, as they sailed through the night. The wind shifted, growing stronger. The waves began to rise and fall more dramatically, their crests illuminated by the ship's light. The air grew heavier, charged with an unspoken tension, and the sailors gathered in the main deck, sensing something was amiss. One of the sailors, a young woman named Arya, approached Corwin. Her eyes were wide with fear. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "It's different. The sea, it's changing." Corwin looked around, feeling a chill run down his spine. The once calm and gentle waters had transformed into a maelstrom of swirling currents. The ship creaked and groaned as it battled the rising storm, but the lighthouse continued to shine. Undeterred by the ferocity of the waves, Isla, sensing the change in the atmosphere, moved swiftly to the front of the deck, her hand raised to calm the ship. Her voice rang out, clear and commanding. "The sea calls to us. We are not alone." The sky above darkened, and a strange, eerie fog began to rise from the water, coiling around the ship like a living thing. Corwin's heart raced as he realized that this was no ordinary storm. There was something ancient and powerful in the air, something that stirred the depths of the sea itself. "The whispers of the deep," Isla muttered under her breath. Corwin turned to her, confusion clouding his thoughts. "What are they?" Isla's face hardened. "Ancient forces, spirits of the sea, who roam the waters seeking to claim those who wander too far. They are not easily seen, but their presence is felt. And when they stir, it means something has awakened beneath the waves." As if on cue, a low, mournful sound echoed through the fog, a sound like a distant wail, a voice that carried with it the weight of centuries. The sailors froze, fear creeping into their eyes. "They are close," Isla said, her voice low but steady. "The whispers of the deep are calling to us. We must not listen." Corwin's pulse quickened. "What do we do?" Isla's eyes locked with his, and in that moment, he understood that the ship, the sea, and even the lighthouse itself were all connected by something much older and far more powerful than he could comprehend. "You must trust in the light," she said firmly. "It is the only thing that can guide us through." The ship's lighthouse began to glow brighter, casting an even more brilliant beam into the churning sea. The fog parted slightly, and for the briefest of moments, Corwin thought he saw something beneath the surface, an immense shadow, moving just below the waves, as though something vast and ancient was stirring in the deep. The wail grew louder, and the waters began to churn violently, as if the very ocean itself was being pulled into some unknown abyss. Then, out of the fog, a shape appeared, a massive creature, its form cloaked in mist, its eyes glowing a fierce, haunting blue. It rose from the water with a terrible power, its silhouette towering over the ship, blocking the glow of the lighthouse for just a moment. Corwin's breath caught in his throat. It was the creature of legend, the one sailors spoke of in hushed tones, the guardian of the depths, a being that existed outside the laws of nature. Isla raised her hand once more, and the light from the lighthouse grew even stronger, pushing back the fog and the creature's shadow. The whispers of the deep howled in frustration, but they could not approach. "This is not your time," Isla called out to the creature, her voice ringing with an authority that matched the power of the ship itself. "Return to the depths where you belong." The creature's eyes glowed brighter for a moment, its form shuddering in the light, but then it began to recede, vanishing back into the ocean's depths with a final, mournful wail. The fog cleared, the storm subsided, and the sea calmed once again. Corwin's heart raced as he realized they had survived the encounter, but something within him had shifted. He had felt the raw power of the sea, the ancient forces that stirred beneath the waves, and he understood now that the enchanted lighthouse ship was not just a protector of lost sailors, it was a guardian of the balance between the known world and the mysteries of the deep. "We are safe," Isla said quietly, her eyes softening as the storm passed. "But the sea will always have its secrets. And we must be ready for whatever comes next." Corwin nodded slowly, a newfound respect for the ship and its captain swelling in his chest. His journey, he now understood, had only just begun. The night after the storm was still, as if the sea itself had been lulled back into a quiet slumber. The ship drifted gently through the calm waters, the light from the lighthouse flickering serenely across the endless horizon. The sailors had retreated to their quarters, each one deeply shaken by the events of the past hours. Though none spoke of the creature or the whispers of the deep, Corwin stood alone on the deck, watching the stars above. There was an eerie calm now. But a weight had settled on his chest, a sense that they had only seen a glimpse of something much greater and far more dangerous than they could ever fully understand. The sea was not just a place of beauty or mystery, but a realm of ancient forces that held sway over all who sailed its waters. Could it happen again? Corwin asked softly to the night, though he knew there was no one to answer. A voice answered anyway. "It will." Corwin turned quickly to find Isla standing at the edge of the deck, her silhouette bathed in the soft glow of the lighthouse. Her eyes were distant, gazing out at the endless expanse of water, but there was something in the way she spoke, quiet, firm. And knowing, that made Corwin's heart skip a beat. "Captain Isla," he said, stepping toward her. What was that thing? The creature. The one from the depths. Isla's gaze remained fixed on the horizon as she answered. "It is one of many. The sea is full of beings like it, ancient, powerful, and unpredictable. They are the guardians of the deep, keeping the balance of the waters in check." Corwin frowned. Guardians? But it attacked us. It nearly sank the ship. Isla's lips curled into a faint, bittersweet smile. "It does not attack out of malice. The sea does not know malice, only balance. The creature that rose from the depths was merely protecting what it believed was its domain. When the balance is disturbed, when the sea is threatened, they awaken." Corwin's thoughts raced, trying to piece together everything he had learned since boarding the ship. But why? Why did the sea choose me? Why did I end up here? Isla turned to face him then, her expression unreadable. "The sea does not choose lightly, Corwin. It calls to those it needs. You are here for a reason, though you may not understand it yet. Perhaps the sea has seen something in you, something that is still hidden, even from yourself." Corwin's mind reeled with the weight of her words. He had thought himself lost, aimless, and now he realized that he was caught in a larger web of fate. The sea, the ship, Isla, they were all part of something greater, something that had brought him here for a purpose. Before he could speak again, a shout rang out from the deck below, "Captain Isla!" A voice called. "We've spotted something on the horizon." Isla turned sharply toward the source of the call, her eyes narrowing with focus. "Show me," she commanded. Corwin followed as she swiftly descended to the main deck, where a group of sailors were already gathered, pointing toward the distant horizon. A dark shape appeared on the edge of the world, its outline barely visible in the night. The wind shifted, carrying with it the faintest scent of salt and decay, and Corwin's heart tightened in his chest. Something was coming, and he could feel it in his bones. "What is it?" he asked Isla, though he had a sinking feeling that he already knew the answer. Isla's face was hard, her lips set in a grim line. "A ship. But it's not like any ship we've seen before." The shape grew closer, and the details began to take form, its sails tattered and black, its hull worn by years of neglect, and an unnatural darkness clinging to it like a shadow. Corwin felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "That's no ordinary ship," Isla muttered under her breath. "That is a cursed vessel." A hushed murmur rippled through the sailors. They knew, as Corwin did, that the sea was vast and filled with countless dangers. But there were stories of ships lost to time, of vessels that had sailed too far into the unknown, never to return. This ship, however, seemed different. It radiated a sense of menace, as if it were somehow alive and hungry. As the cursed ship drew closer, the light from the lighthouse intensified, casting a sharp, cutting beam across the waters. It illuminated the ghostly shape of the vessel, revealing the haunting sight of figures moving about its decks, silent, unnervingly still. Isla's eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation. "Get ready," she commanded, her voice steady but filled with urgency. "Prepare the ship to move." We need to be prepared for whatever is on that cursed vessel. Corwin could hardly believe what he was seeing. This wasn't just some drifting wreck, it was a ship with a purpose, and it seemed to be heading directly for the enchanted lighthouse ship. The crew scrambled to follow Isla's orders, securing lines, checking the sails, and readying the ship for whatever lay ahead. "Captain," Corwin said, his voice shaky, "what do we do if they try to board?" Isla's gaze turned to him, sharp and unwavering. "We do what the ship does best, we fight. But we must also be cautious. The creatures and spirits that dwell in the cursed vessels are not always what they seem. They may not be as easy to fight as they appear." Corwin felt a chill run down his spine as the cursed ship grew ever closer. The wind howled louder, the waves grew choppier, and the sense of impending danger grew thicker in the air. The enchanted lighthouse ship continued its steady course, the light of its lighthouse a beacon in the dark, unyielding against the storm that was slowly building around them. The cursed ship closed the distance, its ghostly figure now starkly visible against the backdrop of the night. There was no turning back. The confrontation was inevitable, and Corwin, standing at the edge of the deck, could not shake the feeling that whatever happened next would change everything, for him, for the ship, and for the very balance of the sea itself. The cursed ship loomed ever closer, its shadow spreading across the waters, swallowing the light from the lighthouse. The eerie silence that hung between them was broken only by the creaking of the ship's timbers and the steady, rhythmic crashing of the waves against the hull. The crew had fallen silent, eyes fixed on the advancing vessel, each one bracing for the unknown. Isla stood at the helm, her hands steady on the wheel, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Corwin, still shaken by the presence of the ship, moved to her side, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the approaching doom. "Captain Isla," he whispered, his voice tight. "What do we do now?" Isla turned her head slightly, her gaze sharp. But there was an air of calm in her voice. "We wait," she said. "The sea has its own rhythm, Corwin. And we must follow it, or it will break us. This ship is not like the others we've seen. It is, bound by something older than time." Corwin swallowed hard, his mind racing with questions, none of them making sense. The more he learned about the enchanted lighthouse ship, the more it seemed to defy reason. The legends of cursed ships, sea monsters, and spirits were no longer just stories to him, they were real. And the ship they faced now, a dark and twisted reflection of their own, felt like something out of a nightmare. He glanced back at the cursed ship, now only a few hundred yards away. Its sails billowed in the unnatural wind, but the ship itself was eerily still, as though it were waiting for something, or someone. "What is it waiting for?" Corwin asked, barely able to keep his voice steady. "Us," Isla replied simply, her gaze never wavering from the dark vessel. "The ship knows we are here, and it will not come closer unless it has a purpose. But we are not just its prey. We are something more. We must not let fear control us." The wind suddenly shifted, and with it came a chilling, guttural sound that seemed to come from deep within the cursed ship's bowels. It was a low, keening wail, as though the very ship itself was alive, suffering, calling out in agony. The crew shuddered, but none dared to speak. A figure appeared on the cursed ship's deck, dark and indistinct, bathed in shadow. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if drawing the very air around it into a deep, sucking void. As it stepped into the light, Corwin could make out its features, a tall figure, cloaked in tattered black robes that seemed to flow like smoke, its face hidden in shadow. In its hands, it carried a twisted staff, the end of which glowed with a faint, pulsing light that seemed to draw the very essence of the sea toward it. "It's the captain," Isla muttered under her breath, her eyes hard with a mix of determination and fear. "The one who led the cursed ship into the deep. He has returned." Corwin's blood ran cold. The figure before them, the one who had once captained the cursed ship, now stood as a ghost, an ancient specter of the sea. The air around the ship seemed to thicken, the atmosphere charged with an unnatural energy, as if the very fabric of reality was starting to unravel. The crew stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to do, but Isla spoke, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Prepare yourselves," she commanded. "Ready the cannons. But do not fire unless I say so." The sailors moved swiftly, grabbing weapons, securing ropes, and preparing for what was to come. Their faces were a mix of resolve and fear, for none of them knew what would happen next. The figure on the cursed ship raised its staff, and the eerie wail grew louder, vibrating through the very bones of the enchanted lighthouse ship. It was then that the ship itself seemed to react. The lighthouse's beam grew brighter, its light piercing the darkness like a ray of truth through the fog. The sea around them began to churn violently, waves rising and falling in a frenzy as if the ocean itself was reacting to the presence of the cursed ship. "You feel it too, don't you?" Corwin whispered to Isla, his voice barely audible over the storm. She nodded grimly, her face hard as stone. "The ship is calling to us. It is not just a battle of strength, it is a battle of wills. Whoever holds the light, holds the power." Corwin stared at the cursed ship as it drew nearer, its ghostly captain still standing motionless, the staff pulsing with a light that seemed to mock the lighthouse's glow. The two ships were like opposing forces, their lights and shadows locked in a silent struggle. Then, without warning, the ghostly captain raised his staff high into the air. A bolt of dark energy shot from it, streaking across the water like a serpent of shadow. The bolt struck the enchanted lighthouse ship with a deafening crack, sending a shockwave through the air and causing the ship to shudder violently. Corwin stumbled, nearly losing his balance, as the deck lurched beneath him. The crew cried out in alarm, but Isla's voice rang out above the chaos. "Return fire," she commanded. "Aim for the staff. We must break the connection between him and the ship." The cannons roared to life, their thunderous blasts breaking the eerie calm of the sea. The first few shots missed, but Isla's precision guided them, and soon the blasts began to land closer to their target. The ghostly captain raised his staff again, preparing another wave of dark energy, but this time, he faltered. A bolt of light from the lighthouse struck the cursed ship, shattering the dark energy and throwing the figure back. Corwin's heart raced as he watched, hoping against hope that their counterattack was enough. But the cursed ship was far from defeated. Its ghostly captain rose once more, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "This is not over," he hissed, his voice a low growl that sent chills down Corwin's spine. "You have not seen the depths of the sea, nor the power it holds." The enchanted lighthouse ship groaned under the weight of the struggle. The sea raged, the storm intensified, and Corwin realized this was only the beginning of a much darker journey, and in the distance, the endless night stretched on, filled with whispers from the deep. The battle raged on, the sea a furious battleground between the two ships. The cursed vessel, its sails now torn and ragged, had not retreated. Instead, it seemed to pulse with dark energy, like an ancient beast stirring from a long slumber, its hunger insatiable. The ghostly captain stood at its helm, his glowing eyes fixed on the enchanted lighthouse ship like an unblinking predator stalking its prey. Corwin gripped the railing, his knuckles white as the wind howled through the rigging. His mind raced, struggling to understand the power that now surrounded them. The ship had become more than just a vessel, it was alive, a creature of shadow and light, bound to the sea's deepest secrets. And Isla, their captain, stood resolute at the helm, the lighthouse beam illuminating her figure like a living statue of defiance. "Fire again!" Isla shouted, her voice commanding over the thunderous noise of the storm. Her eyes never left the cursed ship as the cannons fired once more, their shots echoing across the water, like the roar of a great beast. The cursed ship seemed to absorb the blasts, its form warping with each strike, as if it were both there and not, shifting between realms. But the captain was not content to let the enchanted lighthouse ship have the upper hand. With a sweeping motion of his staff, a wave of darkness surged forward, crashing over the deck like a living shadow. Corwin stumbled back, his heart racing as the air thickened with a malevolent force. The crew scrambled to avoid the oncoming darkness, but it moved too swiftly. The shadow engulfed the ship's deck, swirling around them, twisting with an eerie, cold grasp. Crew members cried out in terror as they were pulled toward the shadow center, their bodies moving against their will. "No!" Isla shouted, her voice breaking through the storm. She turned toward Corwin, her eyes wide with urgency. "The lighthouse, use the light." Corwin barely understood what she meant, but instinct took over. He dashed toward the helm, his mind focused on the only thing that seemed to make sense, the beam of light from the lighthouse. With shaking hands, he gripped the brass controls and pulled them, directing the light toward the swirling shadow. The light burst forth, bright and pure, cutting through the darkness like a blade. The shadow recoiled, its tendrils hissing as if burned by the light's touch. Corwin held his breath, watching as the ship's deck slowly began to clear, the cursed darkness retreating, but the captain of the cursed ship was not done. His eyes flared with rage, and he raised his staff high once more, summoning another wave of shadow, this time larger and more terrifying. It spread across the water, engulfing the enchanted lighthouse ship in one swift, crushing motion. The ship groaned as the dark power surrounded it, and Corwin felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "We need more power." Isla cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. "Corwin, hold the beam steady." "I'll help you," Corwin nodded, but his arms were shaking with the effort. The light seemed to flicker, as if the ship itself was struggling against the weight of the darkness. Isla rushed to his side, her hands moving quickly to adjust the controls. With a sharp command, she called out to the crew, "Prepare the special lanterns." Now, from below deck, crew members emerged carrying lanterns that glowed with a strange, ethereal light. They moved swiftly, placing them along the ship's railings, each one glowing brighter than the last. As they were lit, the dark shadows around the ship seemed to falter, hesitating as if it feared the glow of the lamps. "The lanterns. The light is fighting it," Corwin muttered, realizing their chance. "We need to push harder," Isla, with fierce determination, took control of the beam, her hands moving with precision. The light from the lighthouse became a focused stream, pulsing with power, as the lanterns along the ship began to glow in unison, casting an expanding aura of light around the enchanted lighthouse ship. The air hummed with energy, and the cursed ship, seeing its power wane, let out a horrible, guttural screech. It began to pull away, its shadowy form weakening, but before they could celebrate their victory, the ghostly captain on the cursed ship roared in defiance, his dark staff raising one final time. The waters beneath them churned, and a monstrous wave, born of shadows and fury, rose high above them. "No!" Isla shouted. "It's a last-ditch effort to drag us down with it." Corwin's heart thundered as the wave loomed above them, its size enormous, its force unstoppable. The ship creaked and groaned under the strain of the attack. He could feel the weight of the sea, the very force of nature itself, bearing down on them, but just as the wave was about to crash over them, something unexpected happened. The lighthouse beam shone brighter than ever before, casting a blinding light that seemed to reach deep into the heart of the storm. A pulse of energy exploded from the lighthouse, sending out a shock wave that cut through the wave like a knife. The monstrous wave shattered, disintegrating into nothingness as the light pushed it back. The cursed ship, too, faltered. Its sails tattered and torn, its dark form wavering in the brilliance of the lighthouse's beam. Isla held her breath, her eyes locked on the cursed ship as it began to retreat, its ghostly captain unable to withstand the onslaught of light. The cursed ship began to sink into the depths, its form dissolving into the sea, leaving only a faint shimmer behind. "It's over," Corwin said quietly, his voice filled with disbelief. "We've won," Isla nodded, but her face was grim. "It's over for now, but this battle has only revealed a fraction of what we are up against. The curse of the lighthouse. It is not a simple thing. There are forces beyond our understanding, and we've only scratched the surface." As the storm began to subside and the sky cleared, the enchanted lighthouse ship sailed on, its crew weary but victorious. The sea was calm once more, but the weight of the encounter lingered, heavy in the air. The lighthouse stood tall, its light shining across the waters, ever vigilant, ever watchful, and as they sailed into the unknown, Corwin couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much greater journey. The curse had been broken, for now, but the sea was vast, and its secrets were far from being revealed. Their journey had just begun. The calm that followed the battle was deceptive. The crew of the enchanted lighthouse ship had fought with all their might, but the victory felt hollow. Though the cursed ship had been driven away, the shadows still loomed, heavy in the hearts of the crew. The sea, ever-changing, now seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something unknown to unfold. Isla stood at the helm, her hands firmly gripping the wheel. Her gaze was distant, her expression unreadable. Corwin approached her cautiously, knowing she was deep in thought, the weight of what had just happened pressing on her more than anyone else. "Captain," he said softly, his voice carrying over the gentle breeze. "What now? Do we sail back to port?" Isla shook her head, her eyes narrowing as she watched the horizon. "We can't go back yet. The curse has been lifted for now, but something feels wrong. Like the storm was just the beginning of something much larger. The cursed ship might have retreated, but its presence is still felt. And the beacon, there's more to it than we understand. Corwin looked back at the lighthouse, which stood tall and proud at the top of the ship. It was no longer just a light to guide them through the darkness of the sea, it had become a symbol of something far more mysterious. Isla had always known that the lighthouse had power, but it was clear now that this was no ordinary beacon. It was alive. And its light held secrets far beyond what anyone could comprehend. Then what should we do? Corwin asked, unsure of the next step. Isla didn't answer immediately. She turned to face him, her eyes flickering with determination. We sail into the heart of the storm. We need to uncover the truth about the lighthouse and what it's protecting us from. There are ancient secrets hidden beneath the waves, and we must find them before they find us. Her words sent a chill down Corwin's spine. They had already faced an unimaginable force, and now they were choosing to sail deeper into unknown danger. But he knew there was no turning back. He had pledged his loyalty to Isla and her mission. And he would stand by her, whatever it took. Guiding the way into the unknown, Corwin stood beside Isla as the ship sailed deeper into the mist. He had come to trust her judgment, but even he felt the tension growing in the air. It was as if the sea itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to emerge. Do you feel it? He asked, his voice low. Isla nodded, her hand still on the wheel. The sea is restless. The light is guiding us towards something, but I don't know what it is. We must be close to something. Something important. Just then, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, barely visible through the thick fog. It flickered like a distant star, growing brighter as the ship sailed closer. It wasn't the lighthouse's light. This was something different, something far more ancient. That light, Isla whispered, her eyes wide with realization. It's not a natural light. It's calling us. The crew gathered on deck, murmuring among themselves as they saw the strange glow on the horizon. There was a sense of unease among them, but Isla's command kept them focused. The ship pushed forward, its sails catching the wind as they sailed toward the source of the mysterious light. As they approached, the air grew thicker, charged with an unexplainable energy. The mist that had once seemed like an innocent veil now pressed in on them, heavy and oppressive. And then, just as they were about to reach the glowing light, the ship stopped. The waters before them parted, as if something unseen had opened a path. A low rumble shook the ship, and the crew stumbled to steady themselves. Corwin's heart pounded in his chest as the light grew brighter, blinding in its intensity. And then, emerging from the depths, a figure appeared, a massive, ethereal being, its form shifting with the currents of the sea. It was a creature of the ocean, unlike anything Corwin had ever seen. It was both terrifying and mesmerizing, its body a swirling mix of light and shadow, water and air. Its eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom, and its presence radiated power. Isla stepped forward, her expression both reverent and determined. "The Guardian," she said, almost to herself. Corwin could only watch, stunned, as the being's gaze fell upon them. For a moment, the world seemed to pause, as if time itself was holding its breath. "You seek the truth of the lighthouse," the being's voice resonated in their minds, deep and echoing like the sound of the sea itself. "But the truth is not without cost. The sea is a keeper of secrets, and those who seek them must be prepared to pay the price. Isla stood tall, unwavering. We are ready. The being's eyes softened, and the light surrounding it pulsed gently. Then you must journey to the heart of the sea, where the lighthouse's power is born. Only there will you learn the full story of its purpose, and the danger it protects you from. The ship seemed to tremble as the being slowly retreated, vanishing back into the depths from which it had come. The glowing light faded, leaving the crew standing in stunned silence. Isla turned to Corwin, her face a mix of awe and determination. "The heart of the sea," she whispered. "We've found our path. But the journey ahead will test us in ways we cannot yet imagine." As the enchanted lighthouse ship sailed onward into the vast, uncharted waters, Corwin felt a strange peace settle over him. They had come this far, and now they would face whatever lay ahead. The mysteries of the sea were endless, but with the lighthouse's light guiding them, they were ready to face the darkness that awaited. The journey into the heart of the sea had only just begun, but already the crew could feel the weight of their task bearing down on them. The waters had grown unerringly still, and the sky above was a perpetual twilight, neither day nor night. The stars were hidden behind a heavy blanket of clouds, and the lighthouse's beam, though steady, seemed to flicker in the ever-thickening fog. Isla stood at the helm, her eyes narrowed in concentration. The eerie calm of the sea unsettled her. It felt as though something was watching them from just beyond the edge of their vision. She had always known that the sea held power, but the deeper they ventured, the more she felt the presence of something ancient. Something vast and unknowable, pressing in on them. Corwin approached her slowly, his footsteps muted by the heavy air. He had been watching the crew, noting the quiet tension among them. No one spoke much anymore. They were all too aware of the strange feeling that had settled over the ship. The being they had encountered, the guardian of the sea, had spoken of a price, and though Isla had accepted the challenge without hesitation, Corwin could sense the unease in her. "Captain," he said quietly, his voice barely carrying over the hushed sounds of the ocean, "do you think we're ready for what's ahead?" Isla didn't look at him immediately. She stared out into the mist, as though searching for something just out of sight. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice heavy with the weight of the unknown. "But we don't have a choice. The lighthouse is guiding us, and the answers we seek are in the heart of the sea. If we turn back now, we'll never know the truth. And the danger we face will only grow stronger." Corwin nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. There was no turning back from this journey, not now. Whatever lay ahead, whether it was the truth about the lighthouse or something far darker, they would face it together. The night dragged on, and the mist grew thicker. The ship seemed to move slower, as if the sea itself were holding it back. The crew began to murmur among themselves, their unease palpable. The air was growing colder, and a strange hum vibrated through the ship, as though the very wood and sails were resonating with the rhythm of the sea itself. As the hours passed, the lighthouse's beam began to grow more erratic, flickering and pulsing with a rhythm that matched the hum in the air. Isla could feel it now, too, an energy, old and powerful, building beneath them. The ship's timbers groaned under the pressure, and she knew they were nearing something. Something that would change everything. At the edge of the mist, a dark shape began to emerge. It was large, looming, and vaguely familiar. As the ship sailed closer, the shape solidified into something far more imposing, a great rock formation rising from the sea. Jagged and black, like the spine of some ancient creature. In the center of the formation, there was a cave, its entrance framed by shimmering, otherworldly light. Isla's heart pounded in her chest. This was it. The heart of the sea. Prepare yourselves, she called to the crew, her voice steady despite the rush of emotions surging through her. We're about to enter the heart of the sea. Stay alert, stay together. No matter what happens, we stay united. The crew scrambled to their posts, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. Corwin stood by Isla, watching as the ship drew closer to the cave's entrance. The air was thick with anticipation, and the humming sound was now deafening. Vibrating through the very deck beneath their feet, as they passed through the entrance of the cave, the world seemed to shift. The mist parted, revealing an expansive cavern beneath the sea, glowing with an eerie blue light. The water was still here, but it was unlike anything they had seen before, glowing, shimmering with ancient power. The walls of the cavern seemed to pulse with energy, as though the very rock itself was alive. At the center of the cavern stood a structure. No, it was more than a structure. It was a temple, intricately carved from the stone, with sweeping arches and towering pillars, all glowing with the same ethereal blue light. At its heart was a great pool. The water swirling with a mysterious force, and above it, a beam of light emanated from the ceiling, piercing the cavern's roof and cascading down to the water below. This is it, Isla whispered, her voice filled with awe. The source of the lighthouse's power. But as the enchanted lighthouse ship sailed deeper into the cavern, a sudden, jarring shift occurred. The ship lurched forward, as though some unseen force had seized it. The crew stumbled, trying to steady themselves, but it was impossible to fight the force that was pulling them deeper into the cavern. A voice echoed through the temple, low and resonant, vibrating in the air around them. You have come, seekers of truth. It said. The voice was neither male nor female, but something in between, ancient and wise. But are you ready to face what lies beneath? The lighthouse was never meant to be a beacon, it was a warning. Isla's heart skipped a beat. A warning, she whispered, but the voice continued. The sea does not give without cost. It holds power beyond understanding, and it demands a price for that power. You seek the truth of the lighthouse, but can you bear the weight of its secrets? The light above the pool flared brighter, and for a moment, everything around them seemed to vanish into pure white. When the light dimmed, the cavern was silent. Isla's hands trembled as she gripped the wheel. But she held her ground. We are ready, she said firmly, her voice filled with resolve. We've come this far. We will face whatever comes next. Together, the water in the pool began to swirl more violently now, and the air crackled with energy. Slowly, an image began to take shape above the pool, an ancient figure, its face obscured by shadows, its body cloaked in flowing robes of seaweed and coral. It spoke again, its voice now a distant echo. Then be prepared to give everything. For the truth you seek comes at a cost. And the price is your very souls. As the figure's words sank in, Isla's heart clenched. She had known from the beginning that the journey would not be without peril. But she had never imagined it would lead them to this, a choice between truth and sacrifice, a choice that would change the fate of everyone aboard the enchanted lighthouse ship, and now, there was no turning back. The temple was quiet now, its eerie glow bathing the crew in an otherworldly light. The air felt thick, heavy with the promise of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Isla stood at the helm, her eyes locked on the swirling pool in the center of the cavern. The ancient figure above the water had disappeared, leaving only the hum of the energy filling the space around them. "Captain," Corwin said, his voice low, hesitant, "do you believe what it said? That the price is our souls?" Isla didn't answer immediately. The words echoed in her mind, reverberating with the gravity of the situation. What had they truly come for? The truth? Or had they unknowingly set themselves on a path towards something far darker than they could have imagined? The crew gathered around the deck, murmurs of uncertainty drifting through the air. Each one of them had their own reasons for joining the journey, for seeking the answers buried beneath the waves. But now, in this moment, it was clear that whatever truth awaited them would not come without sacrifice. "I don't know," Isla finally replied, her voice steady but edged with doubt. "But we've come too far to turn back now." Corwin's gaze softened. He understood the weight of her words. The lure of the unknown, the promises of the sea, it was something that called to them all, urging them to seek what lay beyond the horizon. But the price, the warning, had made everything feel different. What had once seemed like an adventure now felt like a trial, a test of their very souls. A sudden movement in the water caught Isla's eye. The pool, which had been calm moments ago, was now swirling faster, the energy building in its depths. Something was coming. She felt it, like a tremor in the very air. Without warning, the surface of the pool burst upward, sending a shower of water cascading through the cavern. The crew gasped and stepped back. But Isla stood firm. From the depths of the pool, a figure began to emerge, an ethereal being, formed from the water itself, glowing with an iridescent blue light. Its features were impossible to make out, shifting like the currents, but its presence was undeniable. The being rose higher, its form becoming more solid. As it approached the ship, a voice, a soft, melodic voice, like the wind through the trees, whispered in their minds, "Do you understand the cost of your journey?" Isla felt the words in her chest, as though they were a deep, resonating truth she could not escape. The being's presence was both comforting and terrifying, as though it held the answers to all their questions but also the weight of their very existence. "We seek the truth," Isla replied, her voice barely a whisper, the words heavy with the realization of what they had come for. "But the cost? We will face it. We are ready." The being did not respond immediately. Instead, it circled around them, its form shifting with the rhythm of the waves. It seemed to be studying them, as though weighing their worth. "You are not the first to seek the heart of the sea," the being said at last, its voice now clear and resonant. "Many have come before you, driven by the same desire for knowledge. But not all are prepared for what they find." Isla's heart quickened. "What do you mean? What is it that we will find?" The being's form began to change once more, becoming clearer, more distinct. It was no longer made of water but solidified into a figure, a tall, regal being with long flowing hair that shimmered like the surface of the ocean. Its eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom, and its voice, when it spoke again, was both sorrowful and knowing. "The truth of the lighthouse," the being said, is not a simple one. It was never meant to be a guide, it was a prison. A prison for a force that lies beneath the sea, an ancient being whose power is beyond comprehension. The lighthouse was created to contain that power, to keep it locked away, to prevent it from consuming the world. Isla's breath caught in her throat. The truth was more terrifying than she had imagined. The lighthouse, a symbol of guidance and safety, was a cage. A prison for something far older and more dangerous than they could have ever anticipated. You seek knowledge, the being continued, but knowledge comes at a cost. To free the truth, you must face the entity contained within. You must choose whether to set it free or to keep it bound forever. The fate of the world rests in your hands, the words echoed in Isla's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. The enormity of the decision weighed heavily upon her. They had come seeking answers, but now the very nature of their quest had changed. It was no longer a journey to discover the truth, it was a decision of unimaginable consequence. "How do we choose?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her efforts to remain steady. The being's eyes glowed brighter, its presence growing stronger. "The choice is yours alone," it said softly. "But be warned, the one who frees the entity will pay a price beyond reckoning. No one can escape the consequences of their actions." The ship rocked suddenly, as if reacting to the words. The crew clung to the railings, their faces pale with fear and uncertainty. Isla felt her heart race. The responsibility was hers alone. But could she bear the weight of such a choice? Corwin stepped forward, his eyes locked on the being. "What happens if we choose to keep it bound? Will we be cursed to live with the truth?" Knowing it lies beneath us, the being's gaze softened. "That is the burden of those who know too much. The truth will haunt you, but it will remain buried beneath the waves. The choice is not without its own consequences." Isla's thoughts raced. The journey had started as a simple quest for knowledge, for understanding the mysteries of the sea. But now, it had become something far greater, something far more dangerous. The silence that followed was heavy, the air thick with the weight of their choices. The crew waited, their eyes searching Isla for guidance. She felt the responsibility, the fear, and the hope of those who trusted her. "I don't have the answers," Isla said at last. Her voice steady but unsure. "But we must choose, and we will face the consequences together. No matter what comes next, we are bound by our decision." The being nodded slowly, its expression unreadable. "Then, you have made your choice," and with that, the waters began to churn once again, as if preparing for what was to come. The light from the temple's walls flared brighter, and the ship began to move, drawn toward the heart of the sea. The fate of the world, and their souls, was now in their hands. The sea around them grew dark as the ship continued its journey, the glowing light of the temple now a distant memory fading behind them. The winds whispered through the sails. A soft, mournful sound, as though the ocean itself was mourning the choice they had made. Isla stood at the helm, her fingers gripping the wheel tightly. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on her chest, each turn of the wheel feeling like an echo of the ancient being's words. The crew moved silently around her, their eyes downcast, lost in their own thoughts. Even Corwin, normally a pillar of strength, seemed withdrawn, as if the air itself had grown heavier. As the ship sailed deeper into the night, the water began to change. The surface, once calm and steady, began to churn, dark waves rising in unnatural patterns. The sky above them, once clear, was now clouded with swirling mists that seemed to move of their own accord. As if some unseen force was bending the world around them, Isla's mind raced. What had they awakened? What had they truly unleashed? She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that something from the depths was waiting for them, something ancient, powerful, and unyielding. The thought of facing such an entity, knowing the cost they would pay, made her heart pound in her chest. Suddenly, the ship lurched forward, as if something had grabbed it beneath the waves. Isla stumbled but caught herself, her eyes darting to the horizon. A dark shape loomed ahead, emerging from the mist, towering and silent. "Hold steady," Isla commanded, her voice cutting through the tension. The crew rushed to their stations, but there was no mistaking the unease in their movements. They were approaching something massive, something they could not see but could feel, a presence that filled the air with dread. As they neared the shape, the water beneath the ship began to glow. Blue light pulsed from the depths, growing brighter with each passing moment. The light grew so intense that it almost blinded them, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Then, with a sudden roar that shook the very foundations of the ship, the entity appeared. It was a massive creature, its form shifting between liquid and solid, a serpentine body that coiled around the ship with an almost deliberate slowness. Its eyes, ancient and full of sorrow, glowed with the same eerie blue light that had come from the depths. Its face, if one could call it that, was neither entirely human nor entirely beast, a fusion of the two, a being from a time long forgotten. Isla felt a chill crawl up her spine as it gazed at them. The air itself seemed to pulse with its presence, a heavy, unnatural force that pressed down on the ship. "You have come," the creature's voice rumbled, not from its mouth, but from the very sea itself. "I felt the weight of your decision the moment it was made. You have chosen to disturb the balance. And now, you must face the consequences." Isla could barely breathe, the words wrapping around her like chains. The creature's gaze locked on her, and for a moment, she felt as though it could peer into her very soul, stripping away all her thoughts, all her fears, all her intentions. It was as though it knew everything, everything she had ever been, everything she had ever thought. "What are you?" Corwin called out, his voice trembling despite his attempts to sound strong. "What is it that you want from us?" The creature's gaze shifted to him, then back to Isla. "What I want," it said softly, its voice laced with both sorrow and a strange, ancient wisdom, "is not for you to know. But you have already decided. You have come to free me, or to keep me bound forever. And now, you must answer for your choice." Isla swallowed hard. "What do you want from us?" she repeated, trying to steady her voice. "We don't have all the answers. We only seek knowledge." The creature's form shifted, its body rippling like water in a storm. "Knowledge," it mused, "is a dangerous thing. For those who seek it, there is always a cost. You think you understand the truth, but the truth is far older, far more dangerous, than you could ever comprehend. The lighthouse was built to keep me here, to keep the balance in check. But you have disturbed that balance." The waves around the ship began to rise, crashing against the hull with violent force. The ship rocked wildly, its timbers creaking as though they might snap. The crew scrambled to maintain control, but the creature's presence seemed to make everything harder, as if the very sea had turned against them. Isla stood firm, her heart pounding. She knew the choice was theirs to make, but how could they choose? What if the consequences were too great? I will not release you, Isla said, her voice rising above the crashing waves. We will keep the balance as it is. You will remain here. The creature's eyes flickered with an emotion Isla couldn't name. Perhaps it was anger, perhaps sadness, or perhaps something else entirely. You have chosen, it said, its voice darkening. But understand this, the balance can be kept, but at a cost. The lighthouse may be bound, but so will you. You will never escape this sea, never return to the world you knew. You will be part of the sea, as I am, forever. The ship seemed to shake with the weight of the creature's words. The crew gasped, their faces pale, as though the very air had turned to stone. I am sorry, Isla whispered, her hands gripping the wheel, unable to look away from the creature's glowing eyes. She didn't know if she could live with the consequences of her decision. But it was too late now. There was no turning back. The creature's form began to dissolve, melting into the water, leaving only the ripples behind. You have chosen, it repeated one last time, before its voice faded into the waves. As the water calmed and the ship settled into a quiet, unnatural stillness, Isla realized they had done it. They had made their choice. But in the depths of her heart, she wondered if they would ever truly understand what they had set in motion. The sea, once an endless mystery, now seemed like a vast prison, a prison of their own making. And as the ship sailed on into the darkness, Isla could only wonder if they had truly kept the balance. Or if the balance had kept them. The ship sailed into an eerie silence that blanketed the ocean. The glow from the creature's departure had faded into the depths, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. The stars above twinkled faintly, their light diminished by the ever-present mist that clung to the horizon. Isla stood at the helm, her fingers gripping the wheel, but her thoughts were far from the sea. The cost of their decision weighed heavily on her. She glanced around the deck at the crew. They too were silent, their faces drawn, haunted by the creature's parting words. The ocean, once a realm of adventure and mystery, now felt like a place of doom, as though they were trapped in a world between worlds. The lighthouse they had encountered, the one that had stood for centuries, was a monument to a past they barely understood, and yet, in some inexplicable way, it was their anchor. It had been a guide, a warning, and now it was lost to them. Corwin approached, his footsteps quiet on the wooden deck. He stood beside her, eyes on the churning sea. Do you think we did the right thing? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Isla's gaze never wavered from the dark waters. I don't know anymore, she confessed. The creature said we would never escape. But how could we have let it go free? How could we have risked what we didn't understand? Corwin nodded slowly. I don't think we'll ever understand. Not fully. But we did what we thought was best. Isla exhaled deeply, her breath shaky. She could feel the weight of that choice pressing down on her chest. But now, in the aftermath, she found herself questioning it more than ever. The sea around them seemed to breathe, rising and falling in waves that felt unnatural. The water shimmered with an otherworldly light that no one could explain, casting strange reflections on the ship's wooden sides. It was as if the ocean itself was alive, aware of their presence. "Captain." A voice called out from the crow's nest. "Land in sight. Something's wrong. You need to see this." Isla's heart leaped. Land was a rare sight out here, and the ship had not altered its course for days. She exchanged a brief, worried glance with Corwin before she strode toward the edge of the deck. The crew began to move quickly, all eyes drawn to the horizon where the faintest outline of land loomed. Isla squinted into the mist. The shape on the horizon was massive, towering over the ocean. And it didn't look like any land they had seen before. The jagged peaks of what seemed like mountains rose unnaturally from the water, like teeth protruding from the ocean's mouth. Dark clouds swirled overhead, but what unnerved Isla the most was the faint glimmer of light at the top of the highest peak, a light that reminded her far too much of the enchanted lighthouse. "Steady, everyone," Isla shouted. "Prepare to anchor. We're approaching land." But as they drew closer, the ship's hull creaked and groaned, as though it too could sense the unnatural force emanating from the island. The wind shifted abruptly, carrying with it a strange, sulfuric odor. The air grew thick and damp, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The mist thickened, and soon, the crew could see nothing but the looming shape of the island in front of them. "Captain, what is this place?" one of the crew members asked, his voice filled with fear. "This land that it feels wrong." Isla could only nod. "I don't know," she said, her heart racing. "But we have no choice but to land. We can't keep sailing in this fog forever." The ship came closer to the rocky shore, and Isla could see strange structures lining the edges of the cliffs, ruins, half buried in the earth, twisted and broken as if the land itself had rejected them. The air grew colder as they neared the shore, and the ship shuddered as though it didn't want to go any further. "Anchor," Isla commanded. The crew scrambled to secure the ship, and within moments, they were moored to the rocks. The mists parted, revealing the dark silhouette of the island more clearly. A chill ran through Isla's spine, but she couldn't ignore the pull she felt toward the land. "We'll explore the shore," Isla said, her voice steady despite the growing tension. "Corwin, take a small group." "Stay close," Corwin nodded, signaling to a few of the crew. They gathered supplies, torches, ropes, and blades, and began to lower themselves onto the rocks. The cold wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it the eerie sense that something was watching them, waiting. The land was barren. The ground dry and cracked, but as they moved deeper into the island, the structures began to look more ancient, almost alien. Massive stone walls stretched upward, covered in strange symbols, their meaning lost to time. The ruins seemed to pulse with a faint, ghostly glow, and the further they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Isla's heart pounded in her chest as they approached a massive archway made of stone, decorated with more of the strange symbols. At the top of the arch, a dark, swirling vortex hovered, its edges flickering with an unnatural light. "This doesn't feel right," one of the crew muttered, his voice shaking. Isla stared at the vortex. "No turning back now," she said. "Whatever this is, we need to find out." With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her feet echoing on the stone floor beneath her. The others hesitated for a moment, then followed. As they crossed beneath the archway, a low, rumbling sound began to rise from the earth itself, the ground vibrating beneath their feet. Isla's pulse quickened. "What have we found?" she whispered, but no one could answer. The vortex above them flickered again, its light growing brighter. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, it expanded, consuming the space around them. The world seemed to shift, and the crew gasped as they felt themselves being pulled into the heart of the island's mystery. Everything went dark, and then, all at once, the silence returned. The enchanted lighthouse ship had brought them to this place, but whether it was a sanctuary or a trap, none of them could say. They were no longer certain of anything, and they were not alone. The darkness was absolute. Not a single star flickered above, and the mist that had once surrounded them seemed to have disappeared entirely. Isla's heart hammered in her chest as she tried to steady her breath. The silence was deafening, and the faint hum of the vortex still reverberated through her body, as if it had left some lingering energy in the air. Her hand instinctively reached for her lantern, and she flicked the switch. A pale light cut through the inky blackness, revealing the small group of crew members that had followed her into the archway. They stood, frozen, eyes wide in confusion and fear. None of them spoke, and for a moment, it felt as if they had all been stranded in some distant, forgotten corner of the world. "Is everyone all right?" Isla asked, her voice trembling more than she intended. One of the crew, a tall man named Elias, shook his head slowly. "Where are we?" he whispered. "This place. It doesn't feel like the world we know." Isla's eyes narrowed as she scanned the surroundings. They stood in a vast chamber, its walls lined with smooth stone and covered in symbols and carvings that seemed to shimmer faintly in the lantern's light. At the far end of the room, a massive, ancient door stood ajar, its wood dark and weathered with age. The air felt thick here, as though it were filled with something intangible, a presence that couldn't be named but could be felt in every breath. "We're not alone," Isla murmured. Her words caused the crew to shift uneasily, but she didn't need to elaborate. They could all feel it, the strange pull, the sensation of being watched by something beyond the veil of reality. Something ancient, something powerful. "Let's move," Isla said, her voice firm. "We need to find out where we are and why we've been brought here." The group followed her, their steps echoing in the cavernous space. As they approached the large door, Isla felt a sudden pressure on her chest, as if the very air around her had thickened. Her breath caught, and she hesitated before pushing the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound resonating through the chamber like a warning. Beyond it, the room stretched out into an even larger hall, one that seemed to go on forever, its ceiling lost in shadow. At the center of the hall stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single object, a glowing crystal, pulsing with an ethereal light. Its colors shifted constantly, flowing from deep blue to vibrant purple, and then to an eerie green that made Isla's skin crawl. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, its light casting strange shadows on the walls. "That's it," Elias said, his voice hoarse with awe. "That's what's been calling us here." Isla's eyes narrowed as she moved closer to the pedestal. "What is it?" "I don't know," Elias answered. "But it feels familiar. Like I've seen it before." The air grew colder as they neared the pedestal, the light from the crystal flickering as if in response to their presence. Isla reached out, her fingers trembling as they hovered above the crystal. She could feel the pull, a magnetic force that seemed to call to her from within. It was as if the crystal was trying to communicate with her, offering something she couldn't understand yet. "Don't touch it," one of the crew warned. His voice tight with fear, but it was too late. Isla's fingers brushed the surface of the crystal, and in that moment, everything changed. The world around them shuddered, the very ground beneath their feet trembling violently. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the hall, extinguishing the lantern's light. The crystal flared with a blinding brilliance, and Isla felt herself being pulled into it, her body weightless as if it were sucking her into another world entirely. The last thing she heard before everything went black was a voice. A whisper, so faint she could barely make it out. "The price of knowledge is steep, Captain." When Isla regained her senses, she was no longer in the stone hall. The world around her had shifted completely, and she found herself standing at the edge of a vast, shimmering sea. The water stretched endlessly before her, its surface glistening under a pale moon that seemed too large, too close. The air was thick with the scent of salt and something else, something sweet and dangerous. She looked around, disoriented, trying to make sense of what had happened. The crew was with her, though they too seemed to be in a daze, as if the transition from the chamber to this new place had left them reeling. "This place," Corwin muttered, his voice thick with disbelief. "It doesn't feel real." Isla's eyes scanned the horizon. In the distance, a small island rose from the water, its silhouette framed by strange, swirling lights that flickered like stars. But it wasn't the island that held her attention. It was the ship, the enchanted lighthouse ship, now docked at the shore, its sails billowing in a wind that shouldn't have been there. The ship looked different, its wood darker, almost black, its sails tattered and stained, but it was unmistakable, the ship. "It's here," Isla whispered. "We need to get back on board." The crew followed her without question, their faces etched with a mix of fear and confusion. They crossed the shore and climbed aboard the ship, which seemed to come to life as they touched the deck, the boards creaking underfoot as if it recognized their presence. Isla took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the crystal's power still thrumming within her. She didn't know where they were or how they had gotten here, but she did know one thing: they were no longer just travelers on the sea. They were part of something far larger, something that had been waiting for them, and now, the true journey was about to begin. The enchanted lighthouse ship was their guide, but what lay ahead would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. With a determined glance, Isla turned to the helm. "Prepare to sail," she commanded. "The journey is far from over." The ship groaned as the crew scrambled to their posts, each of them still reeling from the strange transition between worlds. The air was thick with anticipation and dread. Isla stood at the helm, her hands gripping the wheel as though it was the only thing keeping her grounded in the chaos of what had just happened. The crystal, still pulsing with a faint light in her pocket, seemed to hum in response to her every movement, its energy insistent, powerful. "We're not alone," Elias murmured from the deck, his voice trembling. His eyes scanned the horizon, where the shimmering lights still flickered like distant stars. Isla nodded, sensing it too. The air felt charged, as if the ship was sailing through an unseen storm. One that was both within and around them. The sea around them was unnervingly calm, its dark waters reflecting the unnatural moon above, but the atmosphere felt wrong. "Look," said Aela, one of the younger crew members, her voice tight with fear. She pointed toward the island in the distance. the island's lights flickered in rhythm with the strange pulse coming from the crystal, and though Isla couldn't explain it, something about that synchrony unsettled her. The island was drawing them in, as if it were the very heart of this place. And yet, the more they approached it, the more she felt the presence of something old and forgotten, a presence that watched them from beyond the veil of time. "Isla," said Corwin, approaching her slowly, his brow furrowed. "What do you think the crystal means? Why did it choose you?" Isla hesitated, glancing down at the smooth surface of the crystal still tucked in her pocket. It felt like a heavy weight, but one she couldn't bring herself to discard. The voice from before, "The price of knowledge is steep," echoed in her mind like a warning. She had no answers, only more questions. "I don't know," she said at last, her voice low. "But I think we've been chosen for something. Something that started long before we boarded this ship." At that moment, the ship lurched violently, throwing everyone off balance. The crew grasped whatever they could to steady themselves. Eyes wide with alarm, "What was that?" Elias shouted, his voice rising over the sudden wind that had begun to howl through the rigging. The sails snapped violently in the gusts, and the ship seemed to pull itself forward, faster than it should have been able to move. Isla's grip on the wheel tightened, her knuckles turning white. "Something's wrong," she muttered. The ocean beneath them seemed to shift, the surface swirling as if caught in a whirlpool, yet there was no sign of any natural storm. Then, from the depths, something began to rise, a shape, massive and ancient, emerging from the water. At first, it was just a shadow, dark against the glowing sea, but as it rose, Isla's heart skipped a beat. The creature was enormous, its shape resembling some forgotten sea god, its body adorned with glowing symbols that matched the carvings they had seen inside the strange chamber. It was watching them. Without warning, a low rumble echoed from the depths of the creature, a sound that resonated in Isla's bones, as if the very core of the ocean was speaking to them. The ship bucked and groaned, its wooden structure creaking under the pressure. The creature's eyes, luminous and unfathomable, locked onto Isla, turned the ship. Elias shouted, his face pale with fear. "We have to get away," but Isla was frozen in place, her hand still gripped firmly on the wheel. She couldn't look away from the creature. It was as if it was calling to her, beckoning her closer, urging her to understand. The crystal in her pocket pulsed with an intensity that nearly knocked the wind out of her. She reached down, trembling, and pulled it from her side. The moment her fingers touched its surface, the creature's eyes flared brighter, as if it recognized the crystal. It roared, the sound reverberating through the ship, shaking it to its very core. "Isla, we need to move." Corwin yelled, snapping her from the trance-like state the crystal had drawn her into. She blinked rapidly, trying to shake off the pull, but it was too strong. Suddenly, the ship lurched forward once more, this time under its own power. The sails filled with wind that seemed to come from nowhere, and the ship surged ahead, cutting through the water with unnatural speed. The creature's form seemed to waver as if the ship was sailing through it, not on top of the ocean. "Hold on!" Isla shouted, fighting to keep the ship steady as it tore through the dark waters, the creature's enormous shadow trailing them. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature began to sink back into the sea, disappearing into the abyss from which it had emerged. The lights of the island ahead flickered more urgently, as if reacting to its departure. What was that thing? Elias asked, his voice strained with both awe and terror. Isla didn't answer right away. She was still staring at the place where the creature had vanished, her thoughts swirling in confusion. "I don't know," she said softly. "But I think it's guarding something. And we've just crossed into its domain." The ship was still moving forward, its course unwavering. The island was closer now, the lights brighter, beckoning them to come closer. The wind had died down, but the air was thick with tension, like a storm waiting to break. The crystal in her hand was silent for now, but Isla knew the moment it would speak again was drawing near. "What now?" Corwin asked, his voice low. Isla took a deep breath and turned to face him. Her crew looked to her. Their faces a mixture of fear and anticipation. "We go to the island," she said, her voice steady but filled with resolve. "We've come this far. There's something there, something that might hold the answers we need. And we need to find out what it is." With that, the ship pressed onward, its course set toward the island, where secrets long buried beneath the surface of the ocean awaited them. The journey was far from over. The winds howled through the rigging, whipping around the ship with a force that threatened to pull them into the very fabric of the unknown world they now found themselves in. Isla stood at the helm, her hands gripping the wheel with a determination that belied the unease gnawing at her heart. The enchanted lighthouse ship creaked and groaned beneath her, its sails snapping in the supernatural gusts that seemed to come from all directions at once. "Captain!" Elias shouted from the crow's nest, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. Land ahead. Isla squinted through the mist that had begun to swirl around them. Sure enough, through the haze, the faint outline of land could be seen, its shores jagged and dark against the glowing horizon. It wasn't the island they had seen before, but something much larger, a sprawling landmass that seemed to stretch on forever. The faint flicker of lights danced along its coastline, flickering in odd, rhythmic patterns, like a signal. "Full sail!" Isla ordered, her voice sharp and commanding. The crew scrambled into action, working together with practiced ease despite their confusion. The ship seemed to respond to their efforts, its sails filling with the gale-force winds, pulling them toward the land that awaited them. As they drew closer, Isla's heart began to race. There was something about this place that unsettled her. The air felt heavy, thick with anticipation, as if the land itself was alive, watching them, waiting for them to arrive. "Are we sure we should land there, Captain?" Corwin's voice came from behind her. "This place. It feels wrong." Isla turned to face him, her face set with resolve. "We don't have much choice. The ship is guiding us here for a reason." Before Corwin could respond, the ship lurched, its bow slicing through the dark waters with an eerie grace. They were nearing the shore now, and Isla could see the rocky cliffs rising from the water like ancient sentinels. A faint light flickered from a narrow passage between the cliffs, an opening that beckoned them forward, almost as though the land itself were inviting them into its depths. "Prepare to anchor," Isla called, her voice firm despite the swirling unease in her gut. The crew scrambled to follow her orders, the sound of chains rattling echoing across the deck as the anchor plunged into the sea. The ship groaned to a halt, its sails flapping wildly in the wind. The silence that followed was jarring, like the calm before a storm. The air felt charged, as though they were standing on the threshold of something vast and unknown. Isla stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the narrow passage between the cliffs. "We go ashore," she said, her voice low. "Whatever lies ahead, we face it together." The crew, though uneasy, nodded in agreement. They gathered their supplies, prepared for whatever this strange land might hold. One by one, they disembarked, the dark, damp sand beneath their boots cold and unfamiliar. The air was thick with the scent of salt and something else, a strange, almost metallic tang that made Isla's skin crawl. The narrow passage ahead beckoned them, its entrance flanked by towering stones that seemed to pulse with an inner light. With a final look toward the enchanted lighthouse ship, Isla led her crew into the passage. The walls of the cliffs pressed in on them, narrowing as they moved forward, the only sounds their footsteps and the distant, echoing calls of unknown creatures in the night. The light that flickered from the stones seemed to guide them deeper into the heart of this strange land, the colors shifting as they moved, like the land itself was alive with magic. The passage seemed to stretch on forever, the air growing colder with each step. The farther they walked, the more they could feel a presence. Something ancient and watching them from the shadows. It wasn't until they reached the end of the passage that they saw it, a massive stone door, covered in strange symbols that pulsed with the same eerie light as the stones lining the path. "This is it," Isla said, her voice barely a whisper. "This is where we were meant to go." Corwin stepped forward, his hand resting on the cold stone. "Do you think it will open for us?" Isla stepped up beside him, feeling the strange power emanating from the door. She reached out, her fingers brushing the symbols. They seemed to hum under her touch, as if they recognized her presence. Slowly, the door began to shift, the stone groaning and grinding as it slid open, revealing a vast, cavernous space beyond. Inside, the walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls that seemed to glow with a light of their own. At the far end of the cavern stood a pedestal, upon which rested an orb, its surface swirling with colors that shifted and changed in mesmerizing patterns. "This place." "It's a library," Elias murmured, his voice awed. Isla's heart skipped a beat. She had heard of such places, ancient libraries that contained the knowledge of the world, of magic, of forgotten histories. But this was something far beyond what she had imagined. It was as if they had stumbled upon the very heart of the world's secrets. "Do you think this is what brought us here?" Corwin asked. Isla nodded, her gaze fixed on the orb. "I think it's more than just a library. I think it's a gateway, one that could unlock the answers we've been searching for." The crew stood in stunned silence, taking in the sight of the library. The hum of magic was palpable, filling the space with an energy that made the air shimmer. They had entered a place of power, a place that could hold the key to everything. As Isla stepped forward, drawn to the pedestal, she felt a sharp pull in her chest. The orb seemed to reach out to her, as if it recognized her. She knew then, without a doubt, that their journey was far from over. Whatever secrets lay within this library, they would change everything. With a steady breath, she reached out to touch the orb. The moment her fingers made contact, the world around them shifted. As Isla's fingers brushed the surface of the orb, a surge of energy shot through her, as if the very essence of the world's knowledge had poured into her in an instant. The cavern around them seemed to bend and twist, the walls stretching and contracting like the inside of a living creature. The light from the orb intensified, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the library, and for a moment, Isla couldn't breathe. She staggered back, but her hand remained locked to the orb. Her mind raced, overwhelmed by the flood of images, voices, and emotions that came rushing toward her. She saw flashes of distant lands, forgotten battles, and ancient beings, everything and nothing all at once. The air felt thick, heavy with secrets that had been buried for centuries, perhaps millennia. Isla. Ilya's voice broke through the chaos in her mind, pulling her back to reality. She could feel him gripping her arm, but it was as if she were floating in a dream. The orb pulsed again, this time sending a shockwave through the cavern. The ground trembled beneath them, and the books on the shelves seemed to rattle with an almost sentient urgency. "We need to pull back," Corwin shouted, his face pale with fear. Isla's body trembled, but she couldn't seem to let go. The orb had a hold on her, and it wasn't going to let go without a fight. Her eyes fluttered closed as she fought to focus, to gain control of the wild torrent of visions that threatened to overwhelm her. The voice that had spoken to her earlier, "The price of knowledge is steep," echoed again in her mind, but now it felt less like a warning and more like a prophecy. She could feel the weight of it, the burden of what she had unleashed by simply touching this artifact. With all her strength, she forced her hand to retract from the orb, but it was as though the orb itself didn't want her to leave. The glow intensified, and a terrible pressure pressed down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. "Let go," Ilyas urged, his grip tightening. With one final, desperate effort, Isla wrenched her hand free. The orb's light dimmed slightly, but the cavern still pulsed with a strange, rhythmic hum, as if the very air was alive. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the cold stone floor, gasping for air. Her mind was swirling with fragmented visions, a chaotic mixture of distant memories and possible futures, none of which she fully understood. Corwin knelt beside her, his face etched with concern. "Isla, are you all right?" Isla closed her eyes, trying to ground herself, trying to separate the overwhelming torrent of thoughts and images that had flooded her mind. It took her a moment to regain her senses. To feel the cold stone beneath her and the steadying presence of her crew around her. "I'm fine," she said shakily, though her voice betrayed her. "But the orb, it's not just a source of knowledge. It's a conduit. It's connecting everything, time, space, memories. I can't make sense of it all." Ilyas frowned. "What do we do now? Should we take it with us?" Isla stood slowly, her legs still weak, but the urgency of their mission spurring her onward. She could feel the strange pulse of the orb calling to her, but she knew it wasn't time yet. They needed more answers. "No," Isla said, her voice firming. "We leave the orb here for now. But the library, it's a key to everything. We need to understand it." As they carefully stepped deeper into the cavern, they saw that the bookshelves stretched into the distance, filled with ancient scrolls and manuscripts that shimmered with faint magical energy. This was more than just a library, it was a living archive, a place where the boundaries of time and space blurred, and the forgotten histories of the world were preserved. One of the books caught Isla's eye, its cover glowing faintly as she approached. She reached out and pulled it from the shelf, feeling the weight of it in her hands. The pages were covered in intricate symbols that seemed to shift as her eyes moved over them. She could feel the magic emanating from the text, each letter pulsating with the same rhythmic hum that filled the cavern. This book, she whispered, her fingers tracing the symbols. It's like a map. But not just any map. It's a map of the world, of all worlds. And it's showing me the path to where we need to go. Ella, who had been silent until now, stepped forward with a look of awe. You can read it, Isla nodded slowly, her mind still trying to process what she was seeing. I think it's guiding us. This book, it's showing us the next step. The journey we've been sent on. She opened the book, and as the pages turned, the symbols seemed to align, forming a series of directions that glowed brightly in the air before her. The crew gathered around, watching in fascination as Isla followed the path with her fingers. It was leading them further into the cavern, toward a massive stone archway that they hadn't noticed before. This is it, Isla murmured, her voice low and filled with resolve. The final step. The archway seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, its surface covered in the same glowing symbols. Without hesitation, Isla stepped forward, the rest of the crew close behind. As they approached, the stone archway began to open slowly, revealing a glowing passageway that seemed to stretch into the very fabric of time itself. We have to go through, Isla said, the certainty in her voice cutting through the tension in the air. This is the only way forward. With a shared look of determination, the crew followed Isla into the glowing passage, the stone archway closing behind them. The cavern was left silent, save for the faint hum of magic that lingered in the air. They were about to step into the unknown once again, but this time, Isla was ready. She had seen the glimpses of their future, the path that lay ahead. The answers they sought were within reach, if they could navigate the twists and turns of the journey that awaited them. And though the dangers were far from over, Isla knew one thing for certain: they were not alone. The ship, the crystal, the library, the orb, it was all part of something much greater. And now, they were all bound together, on a quest to uncover the truth that had been hidden for so long. With a deep breath, Isla stepped forward into the light. As the crew stepped through the glowing passage, the world around them seemed to dissolve into an endless sea of light and shadow. The air grew thin and heavy with magic, as if they were no longer walking through solid earth, but rather through the fabric of reality itself. The ground beneath their feet was fluid, constantly shifting between textures, stone, wood, water, until they were no longer sure whether they were standing or floating. Isla's heartbeat quickened as she led the crew forward, her eyes scanning the ever-changing landscape. The further they moved, the more the tunnel seemed to stretch out before them, pulling them deeper into its shifting labyrinth. It felt as if time itself was bending and folding in strange, impossible ways, and with every step, they were being drawn into a different dimension altogether. What is this place? Elias asked, his voice barely a whisper. I don't know, Isla replied, her voice steady despite the uncertainty gnawing at her. But we have to keep moving. This is the only way forward. Suddenly, the tunnel ahead began to widen, revealing a vast chamber filled with glowing orbs, suspended in midair. Each orb pulsed with a different hue, some golden, others silver, and some an eerie, ethereal green. The orbs shimmered in the air, casting strange, dancing lights on the walls of the cavern. Ella gasped. These orbs look familiar. They're like the one we found on the ship. Isla nodded. They are. And just like that orb, they are connected to the magic that binds this place together. As they moved further into the chamber, Isla felt a pull toward one of the orbs, a quiet whisper that seemed to call her name. Her feet carried her toward it without hesitation, and before she knew it, she was standing before one of the largest orbs in the center of the room. The orb's surface rippled, like water disturbed by a breeze, and Isla could feel its energy coursing through her. Her own heartbeat syncing with its rhythm. Isla. Corwin's voice was tense, full of warning. What's happening? Don't touch it. But Isla was already reaching out, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. The moment her skin made contact, the world around her exploded into blinding light. For a fleeting moment, Isla thought she might be lost forever in the intense brightness. She closed her eyes, but the light seeped through her eyelids, forcing her to see through the blinding glow. Her body trembled as she felt herself being pulled into a vortex of energy, her mind unraveling, disintegrating, and then being pieced back together, as if her very essence was being woven into something new. When the light finally dimmed, Isla found herself standing in a completely different place. The air was thick with the scent of salt and earth, and the landscape before her was unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering cliffs rose sharply from a turbulent sea, while dark, twisted trees lined the horizon. The sky above was heavy with dark clouds that swirled like a storm, but there was no rain, only a constant, oppressive humidity. The ground beneath her feet was soft and shifting, like the earth itself was breathing. What is this place? Aella whispered, stepping forward cautiously. I don't know, Isla replied, her voice shaking. But I think we've crossed into another world. The crew gathered around her, their faces etched with awe and fear. It was clear they had all been affected by the orb, but the questions burning in their minds had to wait. Isla's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the strange new world before them. There was something familiar about it, something she couldn't quite place. It was as if she had seen this place in a dream, or perhaps in one of the visions that had flooded her mind when she had touched the orb. This was the destination, Isla murmured. This is where the orb was guiding us. Is it a world from the past? Corwin asked, his eyes wide as he took in the desolate beauty around them. Or the future, Elias added. His voice tinged with disbelief. Isla didn't respond immediately. She was focused, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. There was something hidden in the distance, a faint glow coming from the top of the cliffs. It seemed like a lighthouse, but not like any lighthouse she had ever seen. The light was a pale blue, flickering against the stormy skies, but it wasn't a beacon that could be seen from far away. It was as though it was calling them. We need to go toward that light, Isla said with sudden clarity. It's the only way. Without waiting for a response, she began to walk, her steps steady and purposeful. The others hesitated for only a moment before following her. Their footsteps soft against the shifting ground, the journey to the cliffs was slower than they had anticipated. The landscape was treacherous, with jagged rocks jutting from the earth and strange, tangled vines that seemed to reach out as they passed, as if trying to pull them off course. The closer they got to the cliffside, the more the air grew thick with an oppressive energy. Isla could feel the pressure building around them, and with each step, her senses became more heightened. Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached the base of the cliffs. The light from the lighthouse pulsed like a heartbeat, and Isla felt its pull growing stronger with every passing second. As they began to climb, the air seemed to hum with anticipation. The rocks were slick and treacherous, but Isla didn't falter. She was driven forward, her mind focused on the light ahead. When they finally reached the summit, the view before them was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The lighthouse towered over them, its base cracked and weathered, as if it had stood in this place for centuries. The light at its peak flickered with an eerie glow, casting strange shadows across the rocky landscape. But what truly caught Isla's attention was the figure standing at the base of the lighthouse, cloaked in shadows. "Who's there?" Isla called, her voice echoing across the vast emptiness. The figure didn't respond, but Isla could feel its presence, a weight in the air that seemed to press against her very soul. The figure took a slow, deliberate step forward, and as it did, the shadows seemed to shift and move with it, revealing the figure's face, an ancient, ageless expression that seemed to contain the wisdom of the universe itself. "You've come," the figure said, its voice a whisper that carried across the wind. "But you are too late." Isla felt a chill crawl up her spine as the figure's eyes met hers, the weight of its words sinking into her. "Too late for what?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain steady. The figure's lips curled into a faint smile. "Too late to stop what has already begun." The figure stood motionless, its eyes locked on Isla with an almost otherworldly intensity. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, the atmosphere thick with an ancient power that Isla could barely comprehend. The lighthouse above them flickered, its pale blue light casting eerie shadows that stretched and twisted across the cliffs, as if the very world itself was alive. Isla's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped forward, her mind racing with questions. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "What has begun?" The figure didn't immediately respond. It seemed to be studying her, weighing her, before it spoke again. Its voice a whisper carried by the wind. "You have touched the orb," it said, its gaze unwavering. "And in doing so, you have awakened what should have remained dormant. The balance is shifting, and the thread that binds the worlds is unraveling." Isla's pulse quickened. The orb, the one they had found aboard the ship, had led them here, to this place, to this moment. But what had she awakened? And what was this balance the figure spoke of? "What do you want from us?" Elias called from behind Isla, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Why have you brought us here?" The figure's expression remained unchanged, but Isla could feel the weight of its gaze turn toward the rest of the crew, as if acknowledging their presence for the first time. "I did not bring you here," it said cryptically. "You followed the path, and now you must face the consequences." The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble slightly, as though the entire island was reacting to the figure's words. Isla felt a cold breeze sweep over her, carrying with it a scent of salt and something else, something familiar, but deeply unsettling. "The balance of this world is delicate," the figure continued. "You have crossed between realms, and in doing so, you have disturbed the forces that govern them. Time and space are collapsing, and the rift between worlds is widening. What you seek, what you hope to find here, may not be what you expect. Then what should we do?" Isla asked, her voice sharper now, her determination rising in the face of this mysterious figure's warnings. "How do we fix it?" For the first time, the figure's expression shifted, its lips curling into a faint, sorrowful smile. "You cannot fix what has already been undone," it said softly. "The damage is beyond repair. But there is a way forward, a way to ensure that the worlds do not fall into total chaos." Isla's heart raced. "Tell me what we need to do," she demanded. The figure raised its hand, pointing toward the lighthouse. "The answer lies within the heart of the lighthouse. The light that pulses at its peak is the key to restoring the balance. But the light is not something to be taken lightly. It will test you, as it has tested many before." Isla turned toward the lighthouse, her eyes tracing the glowing light at its peak. It beckoned her, the light growing more intense as she focused on it, like the heart of a great and ancient being calling out to her. The air around her seemed to hum with power. "Then we go to the light," she said, her voice filled with resolve. "We do what must be done." The figure's gaze softened, though the warning remained clear in its eyes. "Be cautious," it murmured. "Not all who seek the light return unchanged. The journey through its power is perilous, and the consequences may be far greater than you realize." Isla turned back toward the crew, who were all watching her with a mix of apprehension and determination. "We have no choice," she said, her voice resolute. "This is the only way forward." Without another word, Isla began her ascent toward the lighthouse, the crew following closely behind her. The path was steep, the rocks jagged and sharp, but the light above them continued to pulse in a rhythmic pattern, urging them forward. The wind grew stronger as they climbed, whipping around them and tugging at their clothes, but Isla kept her focus, each step bringing her closer to the source of the light. When they finally reached the top, they stood before a massive stone door, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change with each passing moment. The door seemed alive, reacting to their presence. At the center of the door was a glowing symbol, a pattern that matched the one they had seen on the orb. Isla reached out, her hand trembling as she placed it on the stone. The moment her fingers made contact, the door rumbled and began to slowly open, revealing a vast chamber inside. The walls of the chamber were lined with mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of the crew, some familiar, others twisted and strange. The light from the lighthouse seemed to radiate from every surface, casting long shadows across the room. As they stepped inside, the air grew thick with an oppressive energy, and Isla could feel the weight of the mirrors, as if they were watching her every move. The light grew brighter, filling the room with a soft, almost hypnotic glow. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a crystal, larger than any they had ever seen, pulsing with a brilliant, otherworldly light. Isla could feel its power from where she stood, an invisible force pulling her toward it. "This is it," she whispered, her heart pounding in her chest. The heart of the lighthouse. But as she took a step forward, a voice echoed in the chamber, low and cold, "Approach, if you dare." Isla stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was not human, not even something she could fully comprehend. It was a sound that came from the very depths of the universe, resonating with an ancient power. A figure materialized before them, cloaked in darkness, its form barely visible in the bright light. It stood between Isla and the pedestal, its eyes glowing with a sickly green light. "You seek the power of the lighthouse," the figure intoned, its voice full of mockery. But be warned. Power always comes with a price. Isla narrowed her eyes. We know the cost. The journey down from the lighthouse was slow, the weight of the crystal's power still heavy on Isla's shoulders. Every step seemed to pull her deeper into the unknown, the path ahead uncertain, the future clouded in mystery. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath seeming to echo louder than the last. The crew followed closely behind, their faces etched with the same mix of determination and trepidation. Isla could feel their silent resolve, the bond that had formed between them over the course of their adventures. They were no longer just a crew of individuals, they were a team, bound together by their shared fate. As they neared the base of the cliffs, the landscape shifted. The once stable rocks now seemed to shift beneath their feet, as though the earth itself was reacting to the power of the crystal. The winds howled, as if warning them of what lay ahead. The light from the lighthouse flickered behind them, casting long shadows across the rocky shore, and for a brief moment, Isla thought she saw something moving within the shadows, something watching them. Stay sharp, Elias murmured, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. We don't know what's out there. Isla nodded but said nothing. She didn't need to be reminded. The closer they got to the rift, the more unsettled she felt. It was as if the very fabric of reality was starting to unravel. The threads of time and space fraying at the edges. She could sense it in the air, the shift, the tension that rippled through everything. Finally, they reached the edge of the cliff, where the land gave way to the dark, turbulent sea below. The waves crashed against the jagged rocks, sending spray into the air. In the distance, Isla could make out the faint glow of something, a light flickering on the horizon. It was the rift, she could feel it in her bones. Without a word, the crew began to board the ship that would carry them across. It was an old, weathered vessel, the one they had found earlier, the one that seemed to have been waiting for them. The ship creaked and groaned as they stepped onto it, the boards buckling beneath their weight. But it held steady, as if it knew its purpose. The crew gathered on deck, the silence between them thick as the sea air. The ship's sails unfurled, catching the wind as it began its journey toward the rift. The closer they got, the more Isla could feel the strange energy pulsing from the rift, like a heartbeat that echoed through the very fabric of existence. As they sailed, the sea around them began to change. The waters grew darker, swirling with strange currents that seemed to pull them in every direction. The sky above them was no longer the familiar blue, it had turned a deep, ominous purple, swirling with clouds that twisted like smoke. We're almost there, Isla said quietly, her eyes fixed on the rift, now growing larger with every passing moment. She could feel its pull, a force that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. It was as if the rift was alive, calling to her, drawing her in. Ayala stood beside her, her eyes wide with awe and fear. Isla, what is this place? What is the rift? Isla shook her head. I don't know. But I think it's where everything began. The crystal, the lighthouse, this ship, it's all connected to the rift. We've been drawn here for a reason. To stop whatever it is that threatens this world. The rift loomed before them now, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. It seemed to pulse with an energy that threatened to tear the world apart. The ship sailed closer, the waters growing rougher as they neared the edge of the rift's pull. Suddenly, the air around them grew cold. A dark figure appeared at the edge of the ship, its form shifting and flickering like smoke. Isla's heart skipped a beat as the figure turned toward her. It was the same figure from the lighthouse, the one that had warned them of the consequences of their actions. "You have come," the figure intoned, its voice low and menacing. "But you cannot undo what has been done. The rift cannot be closed. It cannot be tamed. You are too late." Isla's breath caught in her throat. "Too late? What do you mean?" The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light. "The rift is not something to be controlled. It is the origin of all things, the birth of time, of space, of light and dark. It is the beginning and the end. And now, it is waking. You cannot stop it. No one can." "We have to try," Isla said, her voice unwavering despite the fear creeping into her chest. "We have to stop it before it consumes everything." The figure laughed, a hollow, echoing sound. "You are fools. You think you can stop it. You think you can undo what has been set into motion. The rift will consume you, as it has consumed all who have tried to control it. There is no escaping its pull." Isla's grip tightened around the crystal. "We'll find a way. We have to." The figure's expression shifted, a flicker of something, regret, perhaps, passing through its glowing eyes. "Then prepare yourselves. For what comes next is beyond your understanding." With that, the figure vanished into the mist, leaving the crew to face the rift. The ship rocked violently as they neared its edge, the wind howling louder, the waves crashing higher. Isla's heart pounded in her chest as she looked around at her crew, each of them steeling themselves for what lay ahead. The rift beckoned. And this time, there was no turning back. With a deep breath, Isla took one final step forward, and then, everything went dark. The darkness that swallowed them was unlike any night Isla had ever known. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was an all-encompassing void, as though they had been pulled into the very heart of the universe's secrets. The ship groaned under the weight of the rift's pull, and the crew clung to the railings, their faces pale as the chaos around them intensified. Isla could feel the crystal at her side, still pulsing faintly, its light barely visible in the endless darkness. The air itself felt alive, vibrating with an energy she couldn't quite grasp. Every breath she took was thick with the sensation of being somewhere else. Somewhere far beyond the world she knew, Isla. Ayala's voice cut through the silence, strained with panic. "What is this place? Where are we?" Isla could hardly hear her over the deafening sound of the winds and the eerie hum that filled the air. She looked around desperately, but nothing made sense. The ship seemed to be adrift in an infinite sea of blackness, with no stars or moon to guide them. Even the rift, the force that had been pulling them toward it, was nowhere to be seen. "I don't know," Isla murmured, her voice trembling. This isn't like anything I've ever felt before. It's as if we're in the space between worlds, outside of time, outside of reality itself." Ilyas, gripping the mast for support, cursed under his breath. "We've crossed into something we can't control. Whatever this place is, it's not just the rift, it's something worse." As the crew exchanged worried glances, the silence seemed to deepen, pressing in on them from all sides. Then, without warning, the crystal at Isla's side began to glow brighter. A blinding light erupted from its core, illuminating the entire ship in an ethereal glow. The crew shielded their eyes, instinctively turning away from the sudden brilliance, and then, as quickly as it had come, the light faded, leaving them in darkness once more. But something had changed. The air was still heavy, but now it hummed with a strange resonance, as if the ship itself was attuned to the pulse of this new place. Isla stepped forward, the crystal in her hand now glowing softly. It was as if it had come to life, guiding her, urging her to move forward. I think we're being pulled towards something, Isla said, her voice barely a whisper. The crystal, it's guiding us. Ayala's eyes widened. Guiding us? To what? Isla looked around, trying to pierce the darkness. I don't know, but it feels like something is waiting for us. Something that can help us understand what's happening. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, tall, shrouded in darkness, its form flickering in and out of existence. The air around it crackled with an energy that sent shivers down Isla's spine. It was neither human nor creature, but something in between, a being that existed on the edge of reality. You have crossed the threshold, the figure spoke, its voice both familiar and foreign, resonating with an unearthly tone. And now, you stand before the heart of the rift. What you seek lies here, in this space beyond time. Isla's breath caught in her throat. Who are you? What is this place? The figure's eyes glowed with a soft, unsettling light, their colors shifting like the shifting tides of the sea. I am the keeper of the threshold. This is the space between worlds, the place where time and fate converge. Here, all things are possible, and yet none are guaranteed. You have come to seek the truth, but the truth has its cost. Corwin stepped forward, his expression hardening. What do you mean? What cost? The keeper's form flickered again, its presence shifting like a shadow in the wind. Every choice you make in this space will echo across the fabric of existence. To alter one thread is to alter all others. The power you seek to control is not meant for mortals. It is the power of creation and destruction, of light and dark. And you, the figure turned toward Isla, its gaze piercing. You, child of the lighthouse, are the key. But understand this, your power is not absolute. You can close the rift, but you will leave a piece of yourself behind. A piece that cannot be replaced. Isla's heart raced. What do you mean? What will I lose? The keeper's voice softened. Almost sorrowful. What you hold in your hands is not just a crystal. It is a part of the rift itself, a fragment of the universe's heart. To wield it is to be bound to it. You will never truly be free. Isla felt the weight of its words settle on her chest like an anchor. The crystal, its power had always been a mystery, but now she understood the truth. It was more than a tool, it was a force, and it demanded a sacrifice. What happens if I don't make the choice? Isla asked, her voice trembling. What happens if I leave it all behind? The keeper's eyes darkened, and the temperature around them dropped, the air growing colder and colder. Then the rift will consume you all. It will tear through the worlds, unraveling everything. There is no escape from the rift once it has been set into motion. The only choice now is how it ends. Isla turned to face her crew, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. She had always known that this journey would require a sacrifice, but now that it was real, she didn't know if she was ready to give up everything for the chance to save the world. Corwin stepped beside her, his expression firm. "Whatever you decide, we'll be with you. We've come this far together." Aella nodded, her eyes resolute. "We can't turn back now." Isla took a deep breath, the crystal in her hand growing warmer. She looked out into the endless darkness. At the swirling rift that beckoned them, and she made her choice. "I'll do it," she whispered. "I'll close the rift. I'll do whatever it takes to stop this." The keeper nodded slowly. "Then prepare yourself, child of the lighthouse. The power of the rift will not be easily contained." As Isla raised the crystal toward the heart of the rift, she could feel the energy surge within her, its pull stronger than ever. The ship rocked violently, the air crackling with electricity. The darkness around them began to twist and writhe as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling, and with a final, resounding cry, Isla released the crystal's power, sending a blinding flash of light into the rift. The worlds trembled, and for a moment, time itself seemed to stop. Then, as quickly as it had begun, everything went still. The rift was closed, but as the light faded, Isla knew, something inside her had changed forever. The cost of saving the world had been far greater than she had ever imagined, and as she turned to face her crew, the weight of their sacrifice hung heavy in the air hung still and charged with a strange, unfamiliar quiet. Isla stood at the edge of the ship, her hand still raised from the moment she had released the crystal's power into the heart of the rift. A soft, residual glow pulsed from the stone at her side, now dim and faint. The storm had ceased, and the overwhelming darkness around them had lifted, leaving a tranquil, silent sea in its place. For a long time, no one spoke. Isla lowered her hand, the weight of what had just transpired settling heavily on her heart. She could feel the rift closing, its massive pull retracting from her mind. The air was warmer, lighter. But the stillness felt almost unnatural, like the calm after a storm that never truly ended. "What now?" Elias's voice broke the silence, hesitant, as if he, too, was still trying to comprehend the magnitude of their actions. Isla turned slowly to face him, her expression distant. The faces of the crew were clouded with a mix of exhaustion and confusion, their eyes locked on her, waiting for her to lead them. She had made the choice, but now she had to face the consequences. I don't know," she murmured, her voice a mere whisper. "We did what we had to do. The rift is closed. But..." She trailed off, feeling an unfamiliar emptiness inside her, a place where once there had been something powerful, something tethered to the fabric of the universe itself. Aella approached cautiously, her eyes searching Isla's face. "You're different. You did something to close it. Something that's changed you." Isla nodded, the feeling in her chest heavy with the truth. "I can feel it. The rift didn't just affect the world. It affected me too." She looked down at the crystal in her hand, now a lifeless shard of its former self. "When I released the power, I was bound to it, bound to the rift itself. And now something inside me is gone. I can't feel the crystals pull anymore. Ella's voice was soft, almost sympathetic. You were the lighthouse, Isla. That light, it was part of you. How can you just let it go? I didn't let it go, Isla replied, shaking her head. I had to sacrifice it. For all of us. For the world. Her voice faltered as she spoke those words, the weight of them still sinking in. Corwin, who had been silent up to that point, stepped forward. His eyes, usually sharp and confident, were filled with a quiet understanding. You saved us all. Isla. You gave up more than anyone could ask. You gave everything. But the rift isn't the only thing that's been closed. You've opened something else. Something new. Isla looked at him, confused, but he continued, his voice steady. Now that the rift is gone, the world is returning to normal. But the seas won't be the same. The winds won't be the same. And neither will you. He gave her a soft smile, one that carried an unspoken promise. You're still the one who brought us here. You're still the one who found the light. The ship was still, the crew watching her closely as the realization settled upon her like a wave. Despite the sacrifice, despite the cost, they were all still here, alive and safe, and Isla had done what she had promised to do. They had saved the world, and yet, there was a lingering emptiness, a hollow feeling deep within her, as though a part of her had been irrevocably severed. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, his warning about the cost still fresh. To alter one thread is to alter all others. And you will never truly be free, but was this freedom? Was this the price she had paid? The ship creaked as if in response, the sails catching the breeze once more. The sea, now calm, stretched out before them, its surface reflecting the light of the rising sun in hues of gold and orange. Isla, Ella said softly, stepping closer. You're still the heart of this ship. We're still your crew. And we'll follow you anywhere. For the first time in what felt like forever, Isla smiled. It was a small smile, one full of weariness and loss, but also of something new, a quiet acceptance. Then let's sail forward, she said, her voice firm. Let's see where this new journey takes us. The crew nodded in unison, their spirits bolstered by her words. Together, they turned their gaze toward the horizon. The world beyond was wide and unknown, and the sea stretched out in all its vastness. But for the first time in a long while, there was a sense of peace, as the enchanted lighthouse ship glided forward, guided by the winds. Isla felt the weight in her chest slowly lift. The past was behind them now, and whatever came next, whatever this new world would hold, she was ready to face it. Together, they would chart the unknown waters, and so, their journey continued, the dawn of a new chapter waiting just beyond the horizon. The gentle sway of the ship felt different now, the vast, uncharted waters beneath them no longer an intimidating unknown, but a realm brimming with promise. The crew, though weary, had come together in a way they hadn't before. The loss of the rift's presence weighed heavily on Isla's heart, but the world around her felt lighter, calmer, as though the universe had finally exhaled. Isla stood at the bow, her fingers brushing against the cool, weathered wood of the ship, her eyes fixed on the horizon. The sun had dipped just below the line where the sky kissed the sea. And the sky was painted in deep shades of violet and gold. The stars had begun to peek out from the endless expanse, as if welcoming them to a world they could now navigate without the looming shadow of the rift. Aella joined her at the railing, her footsteps soft on the deck. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Aella remarked, her eyes tracing the same line of stars Isla had been staring at. "The world feels different now. Like it's holding its breath, waiting." Isla nodded slowly, her mind replaying the choice she had made. "It's like we've entered a new chapter, Aella. Everything's changed, but nothing is certain. I closed the rift, but I didn't just close it for us. I closed it for everything, every part of this world that was once touched by it. And now?" Aella asked gently. Isla turned to face her, a somber expression in her eyes. "Now, I don't know what comes next. I feel as if I've changed, like the very essence of me is different. We've sealed that door, but there's something inside me that's restless. I can't shake the feeling that something else is waiting." Aella remained quiet for a moment, sensing the unspoken weight of Isla's words. Maybe it's not about what happens next," she said. "Maybe it's about who we become in the process." Isla's gaze softened, her lips curving slightly into a smile. "Perhaps you're right." She looked out toward the horizon again, the dark ocean stretching endlessly before them. "But whatever it is, we'll face it together. We've come so far, after all. And this ship, it feels like it's more than just a vessel now. It's a symbol of everything we've fought for." Aella nodded. "We've all had our part to play, and now we move forward. Together." The sound of footsteps approaching interrupted their quiet conversation. Ilias appeared, a thoughtful expression on his face as he walked toward them. "We've been charting the course ahead," he said, his voice carrying a note of excitement. "The winds are favorable. It feels like the world is inviting us forward, to where?" Isla asked, intrigued but cautious. Ilias smiled, his eyes glinting with a spark of adventure. "I've been listening to the stars. There's an island I've heard of, a place where the ancient maps say that the sea meets the sky in a way that no one can understand. It's called the Island of the Moonlit Tide." "The Island of the Moonlit Tide?" Isla repeated, her curiosity piqued. "What's there?" Ilias shrugged, his expression mysterious. "That's the thing. No one really knows. It's a legend, an enigma. Some say it's a place of great power, others say it's where the first light came from. It's always been a dream for sailors, a place they can only reach if the stars themselves guide them." Isla felt a tug in her chest, a familiar pull. The notion of this unknown island, shrouded in mystery, felt like something calling to her. The power of the rift had vanished, but perhaps there were other forces at work in this vast world, forces that still had a part for her to play. She looked at Aella and Ilias, both of them waiting for her response. "The moonlit tide. Let's see where it takes us." With renewed determination, Isla turned toward the helm. "Set the course, Ilias. We'll follow the stars." As the ship creaked and groaned, its sails filling with the favorable winds, the crew moved with purpose. The horizon before them held the promise of something new, a new journey, a new challenge. The waters felt endless, the possibilities infinite, for the first time in a long while. Isla felt a sense of peace settle over her. The storm of the rift was behind them, and ahead lay only the unknown, a world full of untold stories, unexplored islands, and mysteries just waiting to be uncovered, and with the crew by her side, there was nothing they couldn't face together. The enchanted lighthouse ship sailed on, guided by the stars, toward the island of the moonlit tide. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting its soft, silver glow over the vast expanse of the sea. The enchanted lighthouse ship sailed steadily, cutting through the dark waters with an almost graceful precision. The winds had been favorable, and the crew was working in quiet harmony, knowing that ahead of them lay a journey into the unknown. Isla stood at the bow of the ship, her hands resting lightly on the railing, her eyes scanning the horizon. The stars above twinkled with an ethereal glow, and though the sea was still, there was an energy in the air, a sense of anticipation that made the night feel charged. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of something monumental. The island of the moonlit tide was close, or so Elias had said, but the question remained, what awaited them there? Ayala joined her, stepping lightly on the wooden deck as she approached Isla. "You're thinking about it, aren't you?" she said, her voice low and calm. Isla nodded, her gaze not leaving the horizon. "I can feel it. Something's out there. I don't know what it is, but it's calling me. I've never felt this kind of pull before." Ayala stood beside her, her eyes on the darkened waters ahead. "It's not just the island, is it? You're sensing something else. Like there's a connection to the rift." "But the rift is gone, Isla." "I know," Isla whispered, her voice heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. "But it's not just the rift that's connected to this journey. It's something deeper. Something older." Ayala didn't reply immediately, but her hand rested gently on Isla's shoulder, offering a silent comfort. "Whatever it is, we're in this together. We always have been. And now, we have each other more than ever." Isla turned to face her, a grateful smile tugging at her lips. "Thank you, Ayala. I don't know what I'd do without you." The two women stood in companionable silence, their bond strengthened by all that they had endured together. The moonlit sea stretched out before them, endless and mysterious. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crow's nest, cutting through the stillness of the night. "Land ho!" Elias shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. "I see something." Isla and Ayala both turned sharply, their eyes wide with anticipation. The entire crew, alerted by the shout, began to move with purpose. The ship's pace quickened as they neared the mysterious landmass that Elias had spotted. Elias climbed down from the crow's nest and approached them, his face lit with excitement. "It's an island. It's got to be the moonlit tide. It's exactly as the legends described." Isla's heart raced. She could feel it now, the magnetic pull that had guided them through storm and stillness alike. This was the place. This was the beginning of something new, something she was meant to be a part of. "Steady course," Isla called out to the crew, her voice firm with purpose. "We'll approach with caution." The ship adjusted its course, the sails billowing as they made their way toward the island. As they drew closer, Isla could see the outlines of towering cliffs, glowing faintly under the moon's light. There was something otherworldly about the island, as though it existed just on the edge of reality, a place where time and space merged into something unexplainable. The island was unlike anything Isla had ever seen before. The cliffs, steep and jagged, seemed to rise from the water like ancient sentinels. Above, a forest of silver-leaved trees dotted the slopes, their pale branches swaying in the gentle breeze. Their leaves catching the moonlight in shimmering patterns. The air, though thick with mystery, was calm and inviting. As the enchanted lighthouse ship neared the shore, the crew stood in awe. The waters around the island seemed to shimmer, as though the sea itself was alive, pulsating with a quiet energy. The ship sailed into a cove, its anchor dropped with a soft thud against the sea floor. "We're here," Isla whispered, her voice barely audible as she stared at the island's glowing landscape. The crew gathered on the deck, their faces a mix of awe and curiosity. Ilyas, the first to step forward, grinned from ear to ear. "I told you it was real," he said with a triumphant laugh. "Now, let's see what secrets this place holds." Isla took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. Every fiber of her being felt attuned to the island, as though it was calling to her, beckoning her forward. "This is only the beginning," Isla said, her voice steady but full of wonder. "We're about to discover something that no one has ever seen before." Aela smiled, placing a hand on Isla's back. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." And with that, Isla led the crew toward the shore, their journey into the unknown taking its first steps on the soil of the moonlit tide. As they set foot on the island, the ground beneath them seemed to hum with ancient power. The trees whispered in the wind, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the cliffs echoed through the air. Isla's heart raced as she led the crew into the dense forest, her senses on high alert. What mysteries awaited them in this place, and how would it change them? One thing was certain, the adventure was far from over, and in the distance, through the silver leaves of the trees, a soft, radiant light began to flicker. A beacon in the dark, leading them deeper into the heart of the island of the moonlit tide. The air on the island of the moonlit tide was heavy with an ancient energy, like a forgotten memory lingering on the edge of consciousness. As Isla and the crew ventured deeper into the silver-leaved forest, a strange stillness settled around them. The wind whispered through the trees, but it was a soft murmur, like the island itself was watching, waiting. Isla led the way, her heart racing as she followed the faint, radiant glow that had appeared through the trees. The soft light beckoned them forward, its origin unclear but unmistakable. Each step they took seemed to bring them closer to something important, something that called to her with an undeniable force. Aela walked beside her, her steps light on the moss-covered ground. "This place feels alive, doesn't it?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Isla nodded. "It's like the island itself is aware of us. Like it's been waiting for us." The path they followed was winding and uneven, the forest thick with overgrown plants and strange, iridescent flowers that glowed faintly in the dim light. The trees themselves were like nothing Isla had ever seen, their trunks silver and smooth, with intricate patterns carved into their bark, patterns that seemed to shift when she looked at them too long, like they were alive. As they moved deeper into the forest, the glowing light grew brighter. It pulsed softly, rhythmically, like the heartbeat of the island itself. Soon, they came to a clearing, and in the center of the clearing stood a structure unlike anything Isla had ever imagined. It was a tower, tall and elegant. Its surface made of shimmering glass-like stone, reflecting the light of the moon in strange, beautiful patterns. The tower seemed to float just above the ground, its base surrounded by a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, as though they had been placed there centuries ago. Above, the tower stretched into the sky, its top lost in the mist that hung around the island. It was as if the tower itself was connected to the heavens, a bridge between the earth and the stars. Ella took a step forward, her eyes wide with awe. This is incredible, she breathed. Isla felt a chill run down her spine as she stepped closer to the tower. The energy in the air was palpable, almost electric. And she couldn't shake the feeling that this was the heart of the island, the source of its power. We've come this far, Isla said, her voice steady despite the awe that gripped her. I think this is where the answer lies. Elias, who had been quietly observing the tower, finally spoke. It's like it's calling to you, Isla. I can feel it too. Isla nodded. I don't know what it is, but I've felt this pull since we set sail. I think this tower holds the key to everything, the rift, the island, and me. Aella glanced at Isla, a concerned look crossing her face. Are you sure you're ready for this? Whatever this is, it feels like it's bigger than we realize. I don't think we have a choice. Isla replied softly. Whatever happens, we have to find out what the island wants from us. From me, they walked toward the tower, the air growing thicker with each step, until they were standing at the base. The stones surrounding the tower were cold and ancient, their surfaces covered in symbols that matched those Isla had seen carved into the trees. It felt as though the symbols were guiding them, like a map written in a language only the island could understand. As they approached the base of the tower, the air hummed with a strange resonance. The tower itself seemed to react to their presence, its surface shifting and shimmering like liquid glass. A low, melodic sound echoed from within. A voice almost, though no words could be heard. Isla raised a hand, touching the smooth surface of the tower. The moment her fingers made contact, the humming grew louder, and the stone beneath her hand seemed to come alive. A rush of images flooded her mind, visions of the past, of ancient beings that had once walked the earth, of realms beyond the sky, and of a time before time itself. She saw glimpses of her own life, flashes of the rift and the journey that had led her here. And then, she saw something else, a figure, a woman, tall and ethereal, with hair that shimmered like starlight and eyes that burned with an inner fire. She was standing at the top of the tower, her gaze fixed on Isla. And in that moment, Isla knew, this was no ordinary tower. This was a place of ancient power, a nexus between worlds, and the figure, this woman, was somehow tied to her fate. The image vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and Isla stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. I saw her, she whispered, her voice trembling. The woman at the top of the tower. She's waiting for me. Aella and Elias exchanged glances, both of them clearly unsettled by what Isla had experienced. What do you think it means? Aella asked, her voice barely audible. I don't know, Isla admitted, but I think she's the key to everything. To the rift, to this island, and to me. The air around them seemed to shift. A soft breeze picking up and swirling through the clearing. The moonlight glinted off the tower, casting long shadows across the stone circle. Without another word, Isla took a deep breath, her hand still resting on the tower's surface. "We need to go up. We need to meet her," and with that, the crew followed Isla, ascending the winding steps that spiraled up the tower's exterior. The climb was slow, but every step seemed to pull them deeper into the mystery of the island. The light around them grew brighter as they neared the top, until finally, they reached the summit. There, standing in the center of a glowing platform, was the woman from Isla's vision. Her presence was overwhelming. Her gaze fixed on Isla as though she had been expecting her all along. Isla stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady but filled with wonder. The woman smiled, a knowing, almost sorrowful expression. "I am the keeper of the moonlit tide," she said, her voice soft yet powerful. "And you, Isla, are the one the island has been waiting for." The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the island as Isla stood face to face with the keeper of the moonlit tide. The air around them buzzed with an ancient energy, a quiet hum that resonated deep within Isla's chest. The woman before her was everything and nothing like the figure in her visions. Her ethereal presence seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, her eyes bright with the wisdom of ages. "I've been waiting for you," the keeper's voice echoed, as though it was both a whisper and a roar, reverberating through Isla's very soul. Isla could hardly breathe, her heart racing. "You've been waiting for me. But, why me?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to stay composed. The keeper smiled gently, her eyes filled with both sorrow and understanding. "The island has chosen you, Isla. Chosen you to heal what has been broken, to restore balance to what was once whole. The rift you witnessed, the tears in the fabric of reality, it was no accident. It was a warning." Isla's mind swirled with questions. The rift. The visions. The pull she had felt since the moment they set sail. "I don't understand. How am I supposed to fix it?" "You have already begun," the keeper said, her gaze unwavering. "The journey you've taken, the choices you've made, have all led you to this moment. This is where the threads of destiny converge." Ilyas, Aela, and the rest of the crew stood behind Isla, watching the exchange with bated breath. They had followed her to this island, hoping for answers, but now it seemed the island itself was offering something far deeper than they could have imagined. The keeper's eyes softened as she turned her gaze to the group. "You have all played a part. Not just Isla. Your actions, your courage, your unity, these have strengthened the threads that bind the island and the rift. Together, you will find the path forward." Aela stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "But what exactly are we supposed to do? How do we heal the rift? How do we restore balance?" The keeper's gaze turned back to Isla, her expression almost mournful. "The rift is not a tear in the world, but a wound. A wound that was caused by forces beyond understanding, by those who sought to manipulate time and space. It is not something that can be healed by force or will alone. It requires a sacrifice, a true sacrifice, one that comes from within." Isla swallowed hard, the weight of her words sinking deep into her chest. She had known, somewhere inside, that this journey was leading her to something that would demand everything of her. But the thought of a sacrifice, of losing something precious, stirred a fear in her that she could not shake. "What kind of sacrifice?" she whispered, her voice barely audible, the keeper's eyes were full of compassion. A sacrifice of the heart, Isla. The rift cannot be closed without it. And the island will not let you leave until the balance is restored. Isla felt the weight of her words settle over her like a heavy cloak. The island, the rift, her destiny, everything had led her here, to this moment of truth. She wasn't sure if she was ready for what was to come, but she knew deep in her bones that there was no turning back now. Ayala reached out, placing a hand on Isla's shoulder. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. We've come this far, Elias nodded in agreement. You're not alone in this, Isla. We'll all help you, no matter the cost. The keeper's gaze softened as she looked at the crew, their loyalty to Isla evident in their every gesture. Your strength is admirable, she said. But remember, the choice must come from her alone. Isla's heart must guide her through the darkness. Isla closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. The weight of the decision ahead pressed on her chest. But she knew there was no escaping it. She had been chosen for a reason. And though the sacrifice might be great, it was hers to make. I'll do it, she said finally, her voice steady but filled with a quiet determination. I'll do whatever it takes, the keeper's smile returned, this time filled with approval. Then the path is clear. Follow the light, Isla. It will guide you to where the rift was born, to where the healing must begin. Isla nodded, her resolve solidifying with each passing moment. The light she had followed, the pull that had led them to this island, it was not a random chance. It was a beacon, a guide to the heart of the rift. And now, she had to follow it to its source. Turning to the crew, Isla spoke. We've come this far together, and we'll finish this together. But there's something I must do alone. Trust me, Ayala squeezed her shoulder. We trust you, Isla. Always. The keeper stepped back, raising her hands toward the sky. Then go. The time has come. With a final glance at her friends, Isla turned toward the glowing path that led into the heart of the island. The light ahead flickered and pulsed like a heartbeat, guiding her through the dense forest, deeper into the mysteries of the moonlit tide. As she walked, the sounds of the forest grew quiet, the air heavy with anticipation. The light grew brighter, pulling her forward, until at last she came upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, covered in ancient symbols and glowing faintly under the moonlight. Isla stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the energy of the island swirling around her, the power of the rift drawing near. The altar seemed to hum with life, the stone vibrating under her feet. It was here that the rift had been born. It was here that she would have to make her choice. The air shimmered around her as a voice, soft, familiar, whispered through the stillness. You are the key, Isla. Only you can unlock the door to the future. With a steady hand, Isla reached out, placing her palm on the altar. The moment she touched the stone, the ground trembled beneath her, and the world around her seemed to shift. The light around her flared, and for a brief moment, everything went dark, and then, she understood.